on Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
I'm consumer advocate Marc Mager. My weight loss journey with DenverRegen.com has been incredible. I'm down 25 pounds in only 5 weeks. No more food noise. I feel full and don't think of food. And the best part, DenverRegen.com has semi-glutide for under $300 a month. That includes everything. The doctor's visits, the medication, everything you need to start losing weight and feeling great. Start your journey at DenverRegen.com. That's DenverRegen.com.
iHeartRadio Earth is here with a new way to enjoy our beautiful planet. Reduce your impact on the environment this fall by packing a waste-free lunch for school or work. Avoid foods with excessive packaging. Use reusable cutlery, napkins, cups, bags, and containers, and recycle or compost any waste when possible. Brought to you by iHeartRadio Earth and the National Environmental Education Foundation. To find more tips for smarter, sustainable living, or to take action in your own community, go to iHeartRadio.com/Earth.
At DiscountBath.com, they take discounts seriously. Like this deal for a complete conversion of that old ugly tub into a beautiful walk-in shower for just $9,888. Get rid of that old shower tub combo and get a beautiful walk-in, custom designed for your preferences. Acrylic walls that mimic stone, lifetime warranty, and no maintenance. Call 720-979-2322 or DiscountBath.com.
Man, I am happy to tell you about the only realtor that made the cut for Team Dave Logan, and that is Troy Hansford. I recommend Troy because he's the only agent that will guarantee to sell your home at your price, or he'll write you a check for $5,000. And the good news, he puts that in writing. He can make that guarantee because he spends tens of thousands of dollars generating demand. And right now, he has hundreds of approved home buyers ready to buy. He just doesn't have enough houses. So if you have a house, Troy might have that perfect buyer for you right now. Give him a call, 720-900-4433. Let me give you a story. Just last week, Troy listed a house that was on the market for almost a month. You know what? Troy sold it for full price in less than a week. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy will buy your house for all cash, and he can close in as little as 7 days. Call Troy and get your home sold for the most money. 720-900-4433. Again, that's 720-900-4433. Troy Hansford with RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions apply.
When it comes to spring cleaning, don't miss your AC Extreme Clean and Tune-Up. I'm consumer advocate Tom Martino. Did you know dust, dirt, and debris are the #1 killers of air conditioning? So extend the life of your AC, increase efficiency, get the fix-it 24/7 Extreme Clean and Tune-Up. Nobody does it like this. Basically refurbishing your system. Lower energy bills, a longer AC life, and the famous no breakdown guarantee. New customers get this 2-hour service, $39. Normally hundreds of dollars. Book now. FixMyHome.com.
Facing a job loss? Considering a pension buyout, a severance package, or what to do with your 401k? Hi, I'm Linda Gardner, host of Your Money, Your Retirement, and I can help. 720-488-8604. That's 720-488-8604.
Alexandra Lewis, Kyle Clark, Kim Christensen, trusted veteran Colorado journalists who bring clarity to complex stories, committed to fair and accurate reporting. End your day with the team on 9 News at 9 and 10 and streaming on 9 News Plus.
Do you think all real estate brokers are created equally?
This is 16
Think again.
Different than many other teams, as a master certified negotiation expert, I personally negotiate your home sale when you list your home with me.
That's Frank Duran, the realestateman.com.
I get your home sold faster. I put more money in your pocket, and I back you up with a true written performance guarantee.
Frank Duran, the realestateman.com, 303-920-1622 with RE/MAX Alliance.
Give me the opportunity, and you'll be glad you did.
This report is sponsored by Robert Half.
Sunny and warm for us today. High temperatures return into the upper 80s, nearing 90 degrees, with winds out of the southwest anywhere between 5 to 15 miles per hour. I'm Fox 31 Pinpoint Weather Meteorologist Greg Perez.
At Robert Half, they found that 67% of companies want to increase contract talent. That's why their recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI work quickly to find the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, they know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver, an iHeart radio station. Make us the #1 preset on the free iHeart Radio app. Listen for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
ABC News, I'm Sherry. Preston, crowds gathering in Tel Aviv and in his hometown of Tenafly, New Jersey, as we await the official release of U.S.-Israeli citizen Idan Alexander. The IDF soldier, the last living American citizen still held hostage in Gaza, is being released today. President Trump signing an executive order that imposes a 30-day deadline for drug makers to lower costs for Americans or face a new rule that would limit U.S. drug costs to prices paid overseas. President Trump with an example from the Oval Office this morning.
One breast cancer drug costs Americans over $16,000 per bottle, but the same drug from the same factory, manufactured by the same company, is 1/6 that price in Australia.
Who's the other guest?
Barry Miller from
Do we have the camera fired up, guys, in the studio? Yeah, we do. Never mind. I got you.
Do I need a foamy thing for this?
Who's in the studio?
Certainly not requesting one for the hills.
Nobody's talking to me.
Do I need a foamy thing?
Shannon?
You gotta understand when
Yeah, I think they do.
People steal the foamy things.
Uh-huh.
Who would steal a foamy thing?
Doc? Who's that?
Foamy people.
I'm just not gonna take any more.
Mark should be there.
What's up, all?
Hey, Mark.
Hey, Mark.
There's Marky. Mark.
Sorry, Doc, that's my chair, brother.
So, didn't realize it.
Valiant effort.
So when we're off the
There's
air,
another one over there you
like,
might
No,
like.
it's fine.
people on YouTube can still hear us because we stream constantly.
Case of the
so when we
diddler.
go to a commercial,
Trafficker or swinger?
I better get on the chat here. Get on the chat.
What's going on, John?
How are you? How was Tennessee?
It was great, man. It was awesome, brother.
Big country concert, I assume?
No, Metallica. Although we saw a lot of country music in the bars. We had a great time. So 14 of us, 12 of us the whole time, and 2 people a couple nights. Everybody have a good weekend?
Absolutely.
No. The camera's on, right?
Yeah. Hey, Shannon.
Yeah, he's going to try to do the first hour, he said. I think he'll be fine. I talked to him at length yesterday. He seemed good, up in spirits.
Well, shit, he should be. He's one of the lucky survivors.
Yeah.
I've heard they made a lot of inways with that prostate cancer stuff.
It's still the whole thing is if you got to get it before it spreads.
Right? Yeah.
A lot of people don't find out till they're stage 3 or 4, man. He got really lucky on that deal.
Plus, it was encapsulated. That's the main thing.
Let's see. Mm-hmm. 82956.
So, I hope he has me up and running. Me? No, that I think they think I'm here. I think they know I'm here.
What a great stock market day. And then this hostage, have we seen him yet?
No, what's going on?
Well, the last American hostage
In Gaza?
is, being released.
Oh, I see that.
Because it doesn't seem like...
And then Trump's
Shannon?
off to meet with Guitar and all those places. There's a lot going on.
Shannon.
Really good news stuff. It's amazing, isn't it?
It is kind of amazing, man.
Let's see.
What's about 800 points?
It was like off 1,000. I'm not sure.
Right now it's up 1,000.
It's up 1,000?
In the past 5 days.
Oh, yeah. No. Today it should be up. The Dow should be up. It was up 1,000. I don't know what it's at
S&P
now.
futures are up 3% at about 5:30 in the morning.
Yeah, which is crazy. It's up 900 right now.
Yeah,
I don't know.
that's what I just said.
Honestly, I don't have any idea. No, because I need to call. Here, don't. Okay,
it's been a lot of
don't go
reverse.
up now. We're going to be starting.
Yeah,
Don't.
we
It's
go
too
down to
late.
age 55 nowadays.
Don't do that. I'll just figure it out. They're just not talking to me, so I don't know if they hear me. Mark. No.
Shannon, do you have Tom up on the board?
There, see, I just...
Do you have Tom up?
No idea.
Ripped off that news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hello, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Mark is at the mothership. I am in Studio Martino Casa, and it's been a interesting 2 weeks. I'm not going to belabor you with all the details, but I had major surgery 2 weeks ago to the day. So that was Monday 2 weeks ago, and it was called the Whipple. And what they do is they remove the goal is to remove cancer from the pancreas. Successful Whipples are plentiful, but survival is not, because most of the time, unfortunately, the tumors are spread. This cancer spreads, and I was one of the fortunate. I'm told it's a 3%. What I had was a diagnosis that happens 3% of the time. And I feel for you guys if someone in your family or friend circle got a diagnosis for pancreatic cancer. And I feel for you because it's very, very rare to get what's called, if it can be called, a good diagnosis, right? So that's it. I just wanted to say I'm going to come in, I'm going to ease in. And Mark's been doing a great job. I appreciate it. We've been in touch. Let me just transition to a better shot here. I'll do the side by side. Here we are. So welcome, people. And let's go to the phones and solve problems, answer questions, take complaints. Mark, any particular problems, questions, or complaints stick out in your mind?
Oh, we had a very interesting one Friday with a company called Shamrock. In fact, a guy emailed me during the weekend. He was pretty perturbed at Dimitri and myself. He didn't think we gave him, I don't know, maybe he wants to say a fair time, but we tried to reach out to the guy. He didn't want to come on air. He didn't want to share that much information. But here's what happened. Apparently, according to the caller at least, they sold him this building. He thought it was going to be all metal. In fact, he even, Tom, had a witness call up that was apparently there at the same time as this guy was, the caller, Robert, with the salesman. And apparently Robert showed him the existing carport, and it had wood beams that were rotting. And he said, I don't want wood. I want to make sure it's all metal. But the contract that he signed and the $15,000 down does not specify any material. It doesn't even specify hay or cement or wood or steel. When he finally got the building plans showed the wood. So he called up and said, hey, I want it all steel. I told your sales guy that. And by the way, I don't think that sales guy is with the company anymore. And they said, well, that would be $20,000 more. He goes, well, I don't want to spend that much. So please just refund the $15,000. They made an offer of somewhere around $7,000 or $8,000 to return, but then the guy basically came unglued in emails saying how unfair we were talking about him, and I tried to explain to him, you know what, I can have an opinion, Tom can have an opinion, Dimitri can have an opinion. We tried to reach out for him, but I feel two different ways on it. One, the guy did sign a contract, but how ambiguous is it when you sign a contract for a building and it doesn't even state what it's made out of? What is your thoughts on it?
We have a number of issues. First of all, on the surface, the company did nothing wrong. They have a contract. They signed it. They're ready to deliver. He doesn't want to go through with it because he says it's not what he wanted. This is where every problem takes a leap from logic, and that is this. I made it clear. We hear people say, well, when I bought this car, I made it clear that I was going to use it every day for commuting, or I made it clear that it had to fit a wheelchair, or I made it clear that it has to get good gas mileage. And then when it comes to this thing, I made it clear I wanted no wood. And they make it clear everywhere except in the contract. Here's the problem. Most of the time, and I mean most of the time, when you have a contract, the contract rules. The promises made outside the contract fall into a couple categories. One would be fraud in the inducement. That means that they purposely committed fraud to get you to sign it. And by doing that, they misled you. And if you can prove it, you could have a case. But I don't think this rises to a level of fraud in the inducement.
Oh, I don't think any of us think that.
Yeah. And the other one would be just a plain mistake. The salesperson...
Well, what do you think about the ambiguity here, though? You sign a contract for, I don't know, a carport. Let's just take it.
Yeah.
And apparently the salesperson told you it was going to be all metal, and the contract you actually sign apparently doesn't have any materials listed whatsoever.
Right. But that's not ambiguous. That's not ambiguous. Here, ambiguous would be, ambiguous means you make it hard to understand or it's hidden in there. See, it never addressed the material, so it's not ambiguous. In fact, the contract is quite clear. You're buying a building, we're supplying the building, here's the price. Ambiguous would be if it said an all steel sheeted building and outline things and purposely wrote around or tried to trick them into not asking about the beams. It becomes ambiguous, meaning that a common person reading that contract would not have a clear understanding that it's what it is. This is very clear. It's just that it doesn't include what he claims. He made it clear. He made it clear he wanted all metal. And all they have to say is, no, you didn't.
What happens if they built it out of sticks?
Well, technically, it has to be up to the community standards, building department standards, and that's all they have to do. Okay, it's both parties' problem that it's not spelled out, because you're right, Mark. They could build it out of 2x4s and say, here's your building. But the fact that it doesn't specify the details is not all on the company. That guy could have looked at the contract and said, wait a minute, what about my windows, or what about my this, or what about that? Now, you'd be
the other
shocked.
thing he could have looked at is he could have looked at Shamrock's website, and I even went into the Wayback Machine to make sure they hadn't changed it recently, but it pretty much is very clear on their front page. They build Cleary buildings that are wood-based, or not wood-based, but wood poles.
The big beams and poles are wood, and then the rest of the building is steel. And personally, that's all you need for a residence. I don't know why he thinks that pressure-treated
because
lumber.
Once again, though, according to him, the reason he wanted all steel and showed the guy, or apparently showed the guy, is because the wood rotted out on his existing garage, and that's why he needed to
and
get
wood
a
is
new
not
one.
going to rot out on a Cleary building. These are pressure-treated timbers, and they are absolutely almost indestructible. And, wood is much cheaper, less expensive, just as strong when done properly. I love wood structures within, but, I think sometimes people get steel because they think they need it, and sometimes they don't need it. I mean, that building, if he gets that building as specified for the price specified, it'll give him dozens and probably outlive him. And there would be, so if he ever did get rot, it would be in another century. I mean, they're truly state-of-the-art pressure-treated timbers. And Cleary uses them. I think Morton uses them, and a bunch of others. They do the frame in the wood, and then they do the sheathing and the roof with that. And when I had mine done, I had the sheathing done inside and out. So it was really a beautiful wall. It's a beautiful building. Now, as far as specifications, I want to know, Dimitri and Doc, if you guys I want to know the truth. If you were presented a contract like that, try to really reach into you not knowing what happened here. Would you notice that the materials were not specified? Would you notice that if it just says 80 by 80 building or whatever he's getting? And Mark, what does it say about the building? I mean, you read that contract several times. What does it actually say?
What does it say, Dimitri? Honestly, Tom, I did not read it.
Okay.
Yeah, I did get a copy of the contract, Tom, and I'm going to open it up right now and take a look at it.
I'd like to know right off the bat. I'd like to know everyone's opinion on whether this guy was misled or not. It doesn't sound to me like he was.
The problem is we're missing the salesman in all of this. So right. I don't even know if he was misled by the salesman. And even if he was misled by the salesman, that doesn't necessarily mean that the company knew the salesman was doing that.
Right, the company probably
did. And Tom, as you've always said, when it comes to real estate, it's only what's written, not what is verbalized.
Right. This isn't real estate, though. This is a building.
Yeah, I think this would be outside of real estate. What Doc is alluding to is state law says nothing verbal can be enforced. Now, John, real quick here, let's get started on your problem. We'll come back to you. You have am I reading this correctly, a 1993 Cadillac Eldorado?
Oh, Lord.
Is it, John? Is he
John?
There? John.
What?
There you go. What's going on, man?
Talk to me about your car, man. Okay, we're having a problem. Let's try to connect with him.
Let's take a break real quick.
Yeah, we'll try to connect with him after the break if he wakes up. I'm Tom Martino. More coming up. Don't forget, this hour brought to you by waterpros.net, the best water systems, the lowest prices anywhere. You want to talk health, you're eating right, you're trying to do things right, get your water straight. $11.95, I think, for reverse osmosis at the kitchen sink. The cheapest and best water system you ever get. Whole house systems at around $3,900. Unbelievable quality and the lowest prices anywhere. Waterpros.net.
You ever try to find a real estate agent and end up with your neighbor's dog walker's cousin? Yeah, don't do that. Call Ashley Key with Liv Sotheby's International Realty. Ashley listens to this show and partners her business with Jeffco Kids First, so you know she shares your good taste and your values. She offers premier buyer and listing services like expert staging, pro photography, aerials, and twilight shots, backed by the global reach of the Liv Sotheby's brand. And if you're not in her area, she knows someone who is. Visit KeyFrontRangeHomes.com.
Gravina's Windows, Siding and Doors, and more. They're located 950 West Evans. The original Gravina's from Papa Gravina, who started in the, I think, 60s or 70s. Now, Nick took it over, and his son's with him now. Larry took it over, and then Nick, his son, is there now. It is a tradition that most companies just wish they had, and you have it in Gravina's. We're talking about a great place to go for window siding and doors, and they have 50 lines of windows. Gravina's. Give them a call. It's easy to remember. 303-GRAVINA. 303-GRAVINA. Or gravinas.com. Hey, you're looking for a loan? AmericanFinancing.net. American Financing and I have partnered up to get people out of high interest debt. And now here's the bottom line. If you're in credit card debt, You can't start building wealth until you get that behind you. Even if you have to use home equity, here's the secret. They have the smart equity loan. They'll take just enough to pay off those credit cards and then show you how to pay that off faster. And then you'll be on your road to financial health. Now, if you maybe need to refi, rates are not that bad right now, and your blended rate may be lower all around when you do that. That's called a refi with cash out, get rid of your debts. And listen, they have the program for you. That's the point. AmericanFinancing.net, 303-695-7000, 695-7000.
Cadillac.
How much time?
To a 2014 Dodge Ram.
Oh, God, do you need to know now?
I was dying.
I just wanted to know if I had enough time to get something.
Cadillac.
Yeah, go ahead. Go. We'll take care of it.
All right. I was just going to get another thought.
Cynthia, what did you want to talk
Even a 14, but Dodge Rams are pretty good cars, aren't they?
Yeah, generally. We had Suzanne drove a Dodge Durango. God, for years and years and years. It was a great vehicle. It was huge, though, man. It was a gas guzzler, big old 8-cylinder Hemi.
Yeah.
What are rates at now?
You know, they went a little up a little bit with this tariffs, but it should come down because you think it's going to stop it.
Well, you would think the Fed would step in at some point after the last numbers.
They got another meeting in June. They just did theirs. They're not. But
I almost think they don't lower them because of Trump. I mean, as crazy as that sounds, I almost feel like they're after him. But I don't know.
The tariff thing was pretty hard.
Yeah.
But this China thing.
Look how it's working out, though.
Rates should come down. Yeah. And one of the things when we do lies on that, when he does that, second opinions, because people send me their loan estimates.
Yeah.
I can
beat them all day.
See what it's like. Yeah. You got any thoughts on getting that airplane from Qatar, though?
I love it. Why not? Why wouldn't you take an airplane? Honestly, and it's the State Department or I forget exactly who's taking it. I have no problem with him taking that plane. It's not like he's going to use it for personal use. Think of all we do for these countries.
He
we
might
protect them.
He might in 4 years.
Pretty high secure.
No, he already said there's no way he'd take it. It would go to his library just like Reagan's. I didn't know Reagan had his
Air Force One there.
Yeah, I had no idea.
Oh, and I didn't hear the part about Trump saying he wasn't going to fly in it after.
No, he said absolutely. He goes, it belongs to the country. They're not giving it to me. It's the country's.
And I guess a big part of it is because Boeing is dragging their feet and they suck out loud.
Oh, my God. I think Trump ordered that in his first term. I mean, we're talking 8 years and there's no plane yet. It's quite remarkable, actually.
Yeah. I'm going to put up...
Although I don't know if we want any president flying around in a Boeing plane right now.
Okay, I'm putting up for my YouTube morons. I'm putting up the procedure before and after. Real guts and everything. No, I'm just kidding. No, the diagram is up as to how I was rewired. Oh, yeah, thank you for that. That sounds encouraging, bastard. You're not getting rid of me that easy. What do you think? Isn't that amazing how much was taken out? Hi, Tom Martino. Your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. So I have up for those streaming a diagram of before and after surgery of what they do during this procedure. Listen, I don't want to make light of it. There are people every day being diagnosed with cancer. What amazes me more than anything in the world is how people dedicate themselves to that part of medicine you would think would be depressing and just oncology, they call it. And there are so many dedicated people. And they say they don't get discouraged. I mean, they just love fighting. And that's why they do it. And I want to thank everyone at UC Health. So I'm not, as I said, I don't want to belabor it, but if you ever had any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. A lot of people want to know why and what happened. And all it was is just a diagnosis. I mean, I was starting to turn yellow and my bile duct was being blocked. And they told me right then and there, you have a mass on your pancreas. It's a tumor, most likely pancreatic cancer. And they even went so far as to say, you know, you might want, I mean, I don't know why they did so prematurely, but they did. It wasn't UC Health. It was another ER that said, you might want to call your family and make arrangements. And I was thinking, holy crap, this was so serious. And it was. But I luckily, Doc will tell you how rare this is, but the cancer was isolated. It was encapsulated in blood vessels. It did not spread anywhere. Nowhere, zero spread. So it was totally operable. And after 5 sessions of chemo, it even shrunk more. And then they removed it and did what was called the Whipple procedure, which basically just takes out a big section of your gut so they get it all. And then they test as they go and declared me cancer free. And we've been living this since privately, the staff and the Troubleshooter family, like since New Year's. So I'm back now. I'm going to have an abbreviated schedule for a little while because I'm told I'm supposed to. I am healing rapidly, and I thank my family history for that. I just wanted to get that out of the way. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them too. And here's another thing. If you have people going through cancer, or if you're going through cancer, you can write to us, help@troubleshooter.com. That's the email. And I will answer each and every one of you. I promise you. You can also leave a text at my number, 747-999-5280. That is a Google number that goes right to my cell phone. I will get your text. If you have any questions or, you know, I'm not saying I'm like this experienced veteran, but I went through a lot and can help you out if you're just facing a dire diagnosis. Anyway, let's talk to, well, did he go away, the other guy? The other guy went away. So let's talk to John. Oh, no, John, 2014 Dodge Ram. Talk to us, John. Okay. What kind of warranty package? Oh, wow. Wow, okay. Wow. 140 a month? Okay. Well, if it truly is a 3-year unlimited mileage, that is amazing, my friend. Amazing. Okay. So what happened? It's called Line 5? Yeah, keep going with your story, sir. Well, but no, let me ask you a question here. I'm confused. If you bought the warranty had a price on it. So when your payments equal the price, then you don't pay anymore, right? In other words, was did you But how much was, I just want to concentrate on this. How much was the warranty? No, that's not what it is. The warranty has a lump sum amount. What was the price of the warranty? Okay. So, did you pay 6,000 back? And they should until you pay the $6,000. They should pay. I mean, you should be charged. You still have the warranty. Tell me why the warranty won't cover it. How do they know that? So they say that this truck has a weird history, and so they're not going to cover it. Is that what they're saying? What does the dealer say about that? It is. It is. It is a warranty problem. First and foremost, when you bought it, it was after that code had been cleared. Is that correct? How is this dealer supposed to know? And you bought it as is. I yeah, that's what I want to know. Go ahead. That's logical. That's logical. You're saying they should have checked. Well, no. You got a point there. You got a point there, John. You should not have been charged. How much did you pay in completely right now? Because you should get a refund. Listen, John, you're John, John. Okay, just listen. They want you to pay because you have a warranty. You're saying, why should I pay? Because the warranty is invalid. Will these people fix the problem if you continue paying for the warranty? Yes or no? Okay. They say no matter what, they're not going to fix your truck. Right. They're not going to fix anything. So you bought a useless warranty. So what I'm asking you is, did you ask the dealer for a refund since they sold you a warranty you can't use? Well, of course they do. The dealer sold you a warranty that is not valid. So of course, okay, let's analyze that. Let's analyze this, John. What is the problem they won't cover? Okay. Now the got it. Got it. Now, so they won't cover a transmission problem because they said they had a previous issue and they erased it, right? That's it in a nutshell. So the question is, I don't know if it's incumbent upon a dealer to do a search of the codes and the computers when they get a car in. I don't know. I would think it would be routine. So the question is, who's at fault here? The dealer or the warranty company? I say the warranty company has a good leg to stand on if, in fact, there was an erased code. What does the dealer say about the code that was erased? Do they acknowledge it? How much will this transmission fix cost you? Holy. Okay, let's do that first. Then we need to find out, we need to talk to somebody at Brighton Ford. Is the warranty company, what does the warranty company say about this code? How did they find it? Okay, yeah, we don't have to go through all this. Once they found out a code had been erased, how do they link that? As Mark said before, why is an erased code automatically void? Why does it automatically void? What was this erased code? Well, we know that, but what kind? Me too. I think someone needs to call the dealer. This dealer can't just walk away from this. They made a lot of money on that. Are you kidding me? That warranty was $6,000. Are you kidding me? And he now you didn't pay the full 6 yet, but you still have money due, right? Okay. That's what I thought. How much of the 6,000 do you still owe? You only pay Okay, we got to take. You only paid $1,000 so far into that warranty. So, all right, all right. We're going to get a hold of the dealer for sure. We need to have somebody in there call the dealer and say, "What's up with this?" I'm Tom Martino. We have more coming up. Oh, well, that's wonderful.
To make quality, custom-made blinds affordable to everyone. Traditional window covering retailers are expensive. Our prices are low, and our blinds are guaranteed to fit. Linester.com.
Genesis Total Exteriors.com. Now's the time to spruce up your house. Spring is near, and Genesis has everything you need. They have a wonderful siding. That's like a lifetime siding. They also have windows, decks, bathrooms, kitchens. They can do basements. Whatever you want, they can do, including even mold detection and remediation. So if you've been through a harsh winter and want to get your home on track, GenesisTotalExteriors.com. Great people, good products, and you can trust them. 303-679-8509, 679-8509. If you're in trouble, facing any charges, anything from a massive traffic ticket, DUI, or a scuffle or fight with a neighbor, whatever it is, listen, you need a defense attorney, and one thing I'll tell you for sure, You never want to shop under pressure. I've known Joe Lazzara for many, many years. He does flat rate pricing. First, though, all initial consultations are free, then flat rate pricing. 303-429-6200, 429-6200.
Thank you, and 4 minutes.
Thank you, man. Thank you.
Yeah, man.
Did you figure out the code? Oh, okay. Well, that's going to be a big piece of this puzzle, man. Well, hang on. I mean, we'll still talk to you, but our transmission expert, first thing he's going to do is ask you for the code. But let's see what he's got to say. Hold on. He has no idea what code it is. That's insane. Tommy.
Tom, are you there? I feel bad if he made it through all of that and now he's gone.
You're a dick.
I'm a little nicer when he's here, but home, no.
That's true.
Off. I told him he had 4 minutes 3 minutes ago.
Michelle Obama complains over White House cost of living. What does that mean? And how come she didn't complain when she was in the White House? What the fuck does that mean?
God, you'd think being able to stand to pee would make her tougher.
Obama's vacation getaway.
$50,000 a week.
$39 million up for sale.
You probably paid $100,000 for it.
Jeez. Damn oligarchy.
Morons.
Yes.
J-O-E.
So glad I'm only in here 2 hours. Not because of you, Mark, or Tom.
I know. I
Even
know.
Doc.
Kelly, just ask for the name and then put up what they're calling about.
There's got to be
Your first name is Charles?
kind of a thick layer of something on her senses.
Yeah, I just am baffled.
Your name is Charles.
Yes, Charles. Charlie.
Coming back.
Hank, Chuck.
Hey, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. Yeah, I'm back. Limited duty for a little while, but we're going to go to phones here. Listen, JetFit Kimmer transmission.
Hey, when can you...
Go ahead, Mark.
Real quick, when can you get back to, let's say, your exercise regimen? You used to work out 3 times a week.
Right. I don't know. I think what they said was, for me to be fully recovered from absolutely positively everything, would probably be 8 months.
Wow. Okay.
Now, thanks for the hospital noise. So I beat the odds, thank God, with the diagnosis and with the surgery, with the chemo. I am officially cancer free. I have to be screened just to be wise, but they said I may not do anything physical for the next 6 weeks. So it's been 2 weeks. So the next 4 weeks I can't do anything. Then I can do certain light stuff, and it's really weird. But
when do you think you can fly?
Well, that's going to have to do with drugs and the medical condition, because it doesn't take a lot of.
I got you.
There's no real strain in flying. The controls are very easy and light, and so there's nothing there that's taxing to my system. But the thing is, I can't be on pain pills. I can't be on anything that would affect my judgment, and so that would suspend my license medically. Not necessarily that I can't do it, but medically. So I can get back to flying. I'm predicting. In a month or less, because I'm weaning off of these drugs quite quickly, and I'm just basically making a look. It's a miraculous recovery, and you know what? All I can say is I'll take it, and I'm humbled by it. I just feel so terrible for people that are going through this, and some of which do not have the same diagnosis. Pancreatic cancer, they say, is rare, but my God, I have heard of so many people that know people. Anyway, so on this transmission problem, John, was the problem diagnosed on your 2014 Dodge Ram? Was it actually diagnosed yet?
Yes.
What was the diagnosis?
The whole tranny would have to be removed and replaced.
They didn't say what went bad. They just said the whole transmission is shot, right?
Yes.
How many miles on your truck?
167,000.
And and you said you put 20 on it. So you bought it with 140 on it?
Yes.
Okay. So Jeff Vick, he has a warranty.
And they're telling me the code came on 112,000 miles.
Okay. So Jeff, before he owned it, there was a code. And it was erased, whatever that means. And now the warranty company is saying, even though you didn't own it then, the fact that there's an erased code voids the warranty. Now, have you ever run across anything like that, Jeff?
Well, first of all, welcome back, Tom. I'm glad to hear you're doing well.
Thank you, Jeff.
So, but from 112 to 187... whoever's handling this ticket should be going to bat for him here, because the code that was done 112,000 miles, so we're talking, almost 70,000 miles since that code was there. You could do a repair and erase the code, maybe not erase the permanent codes, but it would have manifested itself once again long before the 187,000 mile mark if somebody hadn't already performed a repair on that.
Okay. So, that's a good point. So next question, what does it mean that the code was erased, Jeff? Can you guys go in and just erase codes if you don't want to do the repair? Or does it mean the repair was done?
Well, if the problem can continue to exist, even if you did erase the codes, it would have popped back up as soon as the computer recognized it again.
So is it likely if it had a problem and they fixed the problem, is that also considered erasing it?
Well, physically with a scanning tool and erase those codes out of the computer. They won't just go away on their own.
But they will pop up if you just erase it and the problem still exists.
Yeah. Once the computer recognizes that problem again, so, say it was a gear ratio error, where third gear was slipping.
Sure.
It's going to manifest that code. So even if you erase it, if you haven't performed whatever repairs are necessary in order to affect that, the slipping in third, as soon as it slips in third again, it's going to come back up.
Okay, now here's what I think. I think the warranty company is just trying to get out of it. And in that regard, I agree with the dealer. But the dealer also has to step up and fight for this guy or give him a refund. John, what's the name of the...
Yeah, but wasn't he paying directly to the warranty company, not through the dealer? I didn't get that part.
It was $140 added to... Go ahead, John, what?
When I got the loan, I got the warranty right there at Brighton Ford. But about 6 months into it, the warranty company called me and said, we're going out of business, but we have another warranty company taking over called Line 5.
Oh.
And so they took over.
Break.
And
okay,
but
listen.
the contract stayed the same.
That's a hell of a thing to leave out.
Yeah,
man.
I
You
know.
should have
That was
kinda led with that.
that was. We got to take a break. That was the most important part of what we just heard. Hang on.
Thank you.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Alarm Detection Systems.
I-25, that's Stephen speeds right now in both directions.
Hey, can we cut Vic loose?
Yeah.
I said
You still need him. Are you sure?
No, we can cut him loose.
Clean up from a
Thank you.
road early this morning. Only the left lane is open, so you are packed in solid starting at E470. A new accident off highway in Parker Road northbound at 225. With traffic, I'm Cynthia Vale.
Alarm Detection Systems. Video business security with expert installation and 24/7 monitoring. Protect what matters. Serving Denver, Boulder County, Northern Colorado, the Eastern Plains, and Colorado Springs. Visit adsalarm.com.
I love representing ZeroResDenver.com, the carpet cleaner and more for your home, because they use no chemicals, they use nothing poisonous, and in your home you want the best environment. Even improves your air quality because there's no garbage evaporating. Takes away all the crap from previous cleanings, the residues, also pathogens and dirt and debris. It's just a wonderful system. Once you have it done, you say, holy crap, why did I ever go the other way? Because your carpets dry faster, they stay clean longer, and they feel and look like new. ZeroResDenver.com, 303-471-5150, 471-5150. Right now, get 3 rooms at around $119 and $75 off duct cleaning. They do ducts, they do flat surfaces in your home, tile and grout, hardwoods, laminates. They also do upholstery, even mattresses. You got to get them. 303-471-5150, ZeroResDenver.com. Hey, I have a really cool idea for investments if you want to be a landlord, because Barry over at Vestera Turnkey is helping consumers become landlords without the conventional risks and hassles. He helps you find a market that is promising. You buy a home in that market through his company. He doesn't sell you the home, but he becomes your broker. Then you have it managed, and they take all of your phone calls and take care of the day-to-day aspects of that rental. Then when the time is right, he counsels you on when to sell it. He's been showing 30 to 80% returns for people, and they love the service. Vestera Turnkey. Give him a call, 303-888-3788, 888-3788, mybiggestrureturn.com.
Thank you for that. I didn't know if adding that would help. If you were on the fence about doing it.
No, I know.
Awesome job. Thank you, dude. And 315.
So we got rid of Jeff, right? We don't need him.
Mine.
Mocha Turtle. Gone.
And here you are. Here you
Yeah,
are.
because he even laughed when I picked up. I said, does it make a difference the company changed? Yeah.
Wait a minute. Think of all the chemicals in that.
I didn't say chemicals are bad for you.
Those chemicals.
I said carbs are.
There's no carbs in those.
That's why I'm drinking it, because it's only got chemicals, not carbs.
No, I'm saying this does not have any carbs, I don't think.
Oh, it's got carbs.
The original coffee mate? I don't think so.
Well, I think it's made with dried milk. Or milk.
God damn it.
I'm looking.
Today.
Let's see. Original.
Dude, you're always welcome to drink my real cream. It's organical.
Suzanne, I think, bought you a bunch, too.
Oh, that'd be great.
Original Coffee Mate Creamer. Carbs. Where the hell's the carbs? Usually it pops right up. Here it is. Well, actually, that's got quite a few fucking carbs for that little thing.
Once again.
The regular half and half is way better than the Coffee Mate.
Once again, Heavy D is right.
First of all, it's never happened. Ever. It's pretty sad.
Yeah. Let's see. So it's got carbs and chemicals.
There you go.
I'm just sticking with chemicals.
They got the hostage up.
Oh, did they show a picture of him? Is that him in the middle?
I think so. I'm assuming.
That is so good. Way to go, Biden. Oh, sorry, not. I have a feeling we're going to be bombing some people here. Hey, Thomas.
Yes, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hey, I'm going to send you. Are you going to be able to knock out a Smith Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, or you want me to do it?
I can do it. I can do it
just
later.
sent it.
Yeah, and then I'm going to.
Yeah, okay. I don't have to have it today, but in the next 2 days would be awesome.
Okay, and you're going to do 11. You're going to do the rest of the show, and I'll keep it up and running.
All right. You sure you don't want to do another hour?
Sure, you
What
can
do you
keep it
think?
up.
Yeah. Let me.
completely
I'll go.
up to
I'll
you,
get a
brother.
little. I'll go a little longer. We'll see.
Yeah, do what you want, man.
I mean, you sound totally normal.
Trying to kill
Do
you on
another
the
hour.
air.
Well, I wouldn't go that far.
No. It's
I wouldn't
I
say
mean, normal for Tom. I didn't
I'm
say
supposed
he's
to-
normal
great.
for Tom.
I'm supposed
See,
to limit
there's where
the time.
there's where Dimitri's wrong again. Tom's never sounded normal.
Ah, that's right. What are we doing with John anyway? What are we going to do with it?
Oh, well, now that we found out the company's changed.
That
Yeah,
might be.
I mean, my God, the company.
That might suck, but it's still. I don't know, man. This is. What if the company Mark took over, but did not take over liabilities like that? He'd be screwed.
Well, it sounds like here's what happened. The new company came in, and that's when he started spending.
Hi, Tom Martino. Don't forget FrankDurantRealEstateMan.com will do free market valuations of your home. Just ask, what will my house sell for? He'll tell you what it will sell for, what you'll clear, and what you can buy. It's all complimentary. 303-920-1622. FrankDurantRealEstateMan.com. You know, John, listen, man, I'm going to put Deputy Doc on this. I want Deputy Doc to call the dealer and get the lowdown and get their perspective. There could be a situation here which you don't want to hear, but I'm going to tell you. It could be that this damn place is no longer obligated to you because they're out of business, and the new company is just taking over gratis, maybe. And if that's the case, man, it's a major problem because warranties are only as good as the warranty company. Cynthia, start your problem with this ophthalmologist. What's going on?
Well, I went to this doctor because I have dry eye. The first time I saw him, he said, I'll give you a prescription bottle of, eye drops, and I want to see you back in a week. So I came back, and he says, oh, no, nothing's working. I've got to give you this dry eye mask. Well, he sold it to me for $1,050. You're at a point where you can't see that well. You go, I got to do it. And then I went online to the manufacturer, and it sells for $87.99.
And what did he sell it for?
I have called the
How much?
$1,050.
Oh, my God. Why did he mark it up so much?
I have no idea. He will not take a phone call. The only thing you can do is go in and see him, and I don't want to charge Medicare
All right, you hold on.
another.
You hold on and we'll talk about it. That sounds outrageous to me. Again, there is no law on pricing that I know of for that, but we'll talk about it. That sounds almost abusive to me. Hold on. I'm Tom Martino. More coming up. I'll stay for a little while. That sucks, man.
No gimmicks, no shortcuts, just results. Whoops.
Really, how many fingers am I holding up? And here's a hint. 1. Uh-oh.
Did you guys watch that? Did you watch Trump this morning?
What did he say?
Man, he talked for an hour. I watched the whole thing just about China.
Hang on, I'll get Mark to put his.
There's the Abraham Accords. He's taken off. Say that. Oh, Tommy, yes.
Yeah, I was just wondering, what did Trump talk about?
Yeah, he's flying to Saudi Arabia to meet with Qatar. Saudi Arabia, they're going to figure out how to finish Gaza up once and for all. Of course, everybody saw the stock market jump 1,000 because of talks with China and the 90-day pause. The hostage got released today. I mean, he came out on a Monday morning and, like normal, just crushed it. It's crazy. How about the Democrats trying to break into the ICE facility in New Jersey? Did you guys see that video? It's crazy. The one lady is kicking people and pushing them.
And the mayor got arrested?
The mayor got arrested? I'd throw them all in jail. You can't go around doing that. That's crazy.
Well, and they were spinning that the mayor got arrested for protesting. No, it's actually called trespassing.
Yeah, or breaking and entering, whatever it is.
Well, B&E on the bro. Sup?
It's so funny, too. And then they showed who's in that prison. 75% of them are like murderers and rapists and child molesters and, all kinds of shit. Democrats are not... Boy, there it is right there. Can't attack law enforcement.
They think they can do whatever they want.
No, it's crazy. They seem to pick that. They just can't go down the middle. They seem to pick the most crazy things to get behind. It's just, I guess it's great if you're on the other side, but it's so bizarre. Let's go confront ICE agents at a prison holding murderers. That's what we're going to do this weekend. It is insane.
Well, there must be an upside to human trafficking that I'm just not seeing.
Yeah, exactly, Shannon. Now all I do is taste
What was
car.
the story about? What was the story about the airline that was purchased for the country? What was that about?
No, I think it's Qatar. Qatar is going to give Trump a new plane, or going to give. I want to say it's not the Department of Justice.
I think it's Air Force. It really is right
to the Air Force. They're going to give it, and that'll be the next
Air Force
plane
One
for Trump in his presidency. Air Force One. Then, when he's out of office, that plane will go to his library, just like Ronald Reagan's.
Oh, wow.
And it's about $480 million, I think, for
is it already
the Air
decked
Force
out?
won it.
Is it already done?
No.
That's another $100 million.
Yeah,
So
it's
it's going to be like $580, $560 to deck it out.
Yeah, they still got to make it into Air Force One. I didn't realize Air Force One was 40-plus years old.
Well, look at Tom. You take care of yourself and you can go forever. Got to keep everything lubed up.
He said it perfect in that thing today. ABC, the fake news, as he calls them. As soon as they asked the question, he was funny. He goes, "You're ABC, you're fake news." I love that shit. But she said, "Do you think it's right for you to accept a gift, a personal gift from?" He's like, "It's not a personal gift. It's going to the Air Force. And by the way, you're fake news." And what am I supposed to say? No, I don't want a free jet. No, the country doesn't want a free jet. We protect you. We send you stuff. We help you guys out, but we don't want your free jet.
What kind of jet are they giving?
Air Force One eventually.
They're paying for the new Air Force One, or
are they going to?
No, they have one.
I bet you everyone's
They're
thinking, are they going to plant
jet.
something inside that?
Oh, they're giving them another 747?
Well, they're giving you Air Force One that's going to become Air Force One.
Listen, let
Wait,
the IDF
there's
go
an Air
through
Force,
it and
let me
see if
just
there's
ask
anything in there.
There's an Air Force One now. They're in the process of building a second Air
Yeah,
Force
Boeing
One.
can't do it. They're morons, so they can't finish it. It's been 8
Really?
years. So Trump is getting one from Qatar.
Wow.
They're giving him a jet
Wow.
Made into
to be made into Air Force One.
Wow.
That's a hell of a gift. No one's ever given me a jet. Tom.
Yeah, I know.
Or helicopter.
Where's my helicopter? I'd
Damn.
want a pilot, though. I ain't going to fly that shit.
I don't know, you'll pick it up.
I wish he would. I wish you'd sell all 3 of those planes in there so the hangar gets free and get a little Honda or a new Cirrus jet, and then let's just do that. There's something we can use.
Wait, Cirrus makes a jet now?
Yeah, Cirrus makes a jet. Look at it. It's sweet looking. It's called the Vision. Vision jet.
It is sweet looking.
It is so sweet looking.
I
But
know.
no, he wants a helicopter. Look at that. I mean, who wants to fly to Vegas at a Centennial and get there in an hour and a half? Not me.
$2.5 million?
No, I bet you that thing's way more than 2.5. They always lie. I remember Honda said their jet was going to be about 700,000.
Yeah. What did it turn out to be?
Oh my God! Right now they're probably 5 million. 3 million. 3 million.
Hello,
Doc. That's
sir.
what they're
What's
saying.
going on?
What?
Yeah, buddy. Now that
It has an optional toilet too, an optional lavatory. Interesting.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. Well, come run.
Barry Miller just walked in.
Troubleshooter's gonna help the common.
You good on that, Tom?
Yeah.
It's the Troubleshooter Show. Now,
You're up.
Martino.
Hey, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK. 713-8255. What's going on in your life? We love helping you, so call us with any problems, questions, or complaints. Don't forget, Fix It 24/7 will take care of your sump pump, $59, and it's well worth it. It's Fix It 24/7, 720-526-3939. Or wait, is it 59 or 40? No, it's 49, I believe. And that's a complete check, cleaning, lube if it takes it, and a no breakdown guarantee. The spring rains are coming. You can use it. Fix it. And it's fixmyhome.com. Book now, fixmyhome.com. So Barry Miller just joined us from Vestera Turnkey. He'll be with us. We also have Deputy Doc and Deputy D for Dimitri. And anyone else who wants to join us, just come on in and just tell them you're here for the Martino Show. They'll let you in. And I'm doing an abbreviated schedule for a while, recovering from the Whipple surgery. And thank God I was pronounced cancer-free based on all the pathology. And now it's just getting healthy again. And it was a hell of a thing. Wow. Just out of the blue, thinking I'm doing everything right health-wise. But it did help me recover pretty quickly from that major surgery 2 weeks ago. So let's go back now. Cynthia says, now, and I understand this, by the way. This happens, Mark, doesn't this happen in every single category we have? Auto, home, health,
Yeah,
everything.
You know what it reminds me of? We had a chiropractor that sold somebody like a red light, and they found the exact same one. I mean, identical one, same manufacturer, same model number on Amazon for like $79, and the chiropractor sold it for like $1,600.
Yes. Now, Cynthia says she went to a doctor for dry eyes, and you tried drops at first, and then that didn't work, and he sold you this dry eye mask. Now, Cynthia, what is this mask like? Is it like a Zorro mask that goes across your, or the Lone Ranger, it goes across your eyes like that?
Yes.
And then,
And it's like a, It's a heated mask.
And you're supposed to wear it at night?
Yes.
And it's supposed to basically help you retain moisture? How does that work?
I'm not real sure what it. Well, it's moist heat, so yes, it will.
Okay. Did it work
help
for
me
you?
Get moisture.
Did it work for you?
You know, something in my gut told me something was wrong, and I didn't even try it. And that's when I looked on the manufacturer's website and saw how much I was being charged for it.
You were being charged $1,000.
Yes.
And you can buy it on Amazon for what?
I didn't check Amazon. I checked the manufacturer, and I can buy it for $87.99.
And they will sell it to you if you wanted to buy it right now. You could buy it for $87.99.
Right.
What's the name of this mask?
Okay.
Go ahead, Doc. Go ahead.
All she has to do is contact the medical board. Once a patient makes a complaint, the doctor has to submit what's called a 30-day letter. Within 30 days after he is notified of the complaint, he must give them a written explanation of what the issue is, and they will decide whether or not to take further action.
Right.
And the board is very, very strict.
Okay, but I need to ask something about this.
Doctors,
is he an ophthalmologist, an MD? Are we talking about an MD here?
Yeah.
Okay, then you would go to the medical board. What's the name of that mask?
and they are very, very strict about that, Tom.
Okay, that's good. And what's the Doc? Maybe you can call her and tell her the number to call. I like to know the name of that.
Go ahead. All you have to do is go to DORA. You go to colorado.gov and then go to DORA, the Department of Regulatory Agencies. And there's a...
Now, can I have the name of that mask, please?
The mask is called Wizard Research Electric Heated Dry Eye Relief Mask.
God. Okay. Wizard Dry Eye Mask Heated. Okay. I see it here on Amazon. Right. And on Amazon, the most expensive one is $139, and the actual one you're talking about is $64.
Right. When I looked at it, was $84 something from the manufacturer itself.
Okay. So
it's so crazy because did the $1,000 or whatever he charged you, was that for the visit, the diagnosis, and the mask, or it was just the mask?
Good point.
Just the mask.
Wow.
It was, okay. Did you, the obvious thing is this. Did you ask him about it? Did you bring this up?
I did. The charge?
Yeah. Did you say, hey, I can buy this mask for $87 and you sold it to me for $1,000?
No. I went ahead and bought it because I could barely see. And then, like I said, when I got home, just my gut was telling me something was wrong. And there's no such thing as calling him. You can only go in and see him. And I just don't want to waste more of my Medicare to go in and see him. And
Wait a minute. You there's no one at that office you can call and talk to?
No.
So how do you make an appointment? Online?
Yes.
And you don't want to waste your time doing that? I don't understand.
No, because Tom, you and I are the same age.
Yeah.
And I don't want somebody snapping their finger at me telling me to pay attention.
Well, is that what he did? What's the name of the eye doctor? What's the name?
Well, it's Colorado Eye Clinic, and the doctor's name, it's a foreign name. I probably won't say it correctly. Goodness, I'm sorry. I can't even, Navarona or something like that.
Okay.
I'm horrible with his last name.
Spell it for me.
Well, wait a minute. You just brought... You know what? John just brought something interesting up I didn't think about. I mean, Medicare paid for this, right?
Yes. No, I'm sorry, they did not.
They did. So you paid out of pocket.
Yes.
Okay.
Why?
He said that this was not covered because he said that this was not covered by Medicare.
You know, Tom, I think this sucks, but I have to say this. It's like, who do we get on when it comes to a light switch that you can buy at Home Depot for $1 and someone sells you to her? Or even better yet, I go back to my automotive days, my tire days with Goodyear. A valve stem would cost me 10 cents, and I'd sell them for $3.99 all day long. That's like 400% markup.
You know,
I think there's a difference when it's a person of trust, when you're relying on someone's professional conduct, and she has nothing to lose by contacting the board.
Doc, I don't know. You go into a hospital and you look at your bill for an Advil, it could be $40, and somehow that's okay.
Here's the thing.
When you're told...
But here's the thing we're missing, first of all. Okay, let's just say you were gouged with the price, but you didn't even give it a chance.
Right.
What if it works?
Because I went to another eye doctor, and that wasn't even the diagnosis of dry eye.
What did they say? What did they say?
They said that what I needed was to have a correction in cataract surgery.
Okay, so what I want to know is how much was the eye exam itself?
That I don't know, since Medicare paid for it.
How do you know? Okay, so you know that the mask, you were paying for the mask because you paid that directly.
Right.
So everything else was covered by Medicare. Or is it Medicare?
Right.
Okay. So listen, I don't know what to do about this one. I don't think there is an answer if you want to know the truth. I don't think they did anything
Doc
wrong.
Nailed it.
What?
Well, I think Doc nailed it, because if I'm a doctor and I have the board writing me a letter about $1,000 thing that you can buy for $69, along with possibly a wrong diagnosis, I might just do the refund and call it a day.
Is this in Greenwood
Because
Village?
I tried to go through my credit.
Absolutely nothing to lose by writing a letter to the board.
Let's do that. Go to DORA, Department of Regulatory Agencies, and then call us back, though. We want to hear from you. We have it written down here, and I'd like to know what they do or what they say, because this can't be the only time this has happened, and it's not the only clinic. We get this all the time.
And Cynthia, you've got to do it, too. Don't just, yes us. You're the one that's got to write it, because you were the patient. So, I mean, really do it. It's not that big of a deal. It's not like it's going to take you an hour. I mean, it's really easy to do.
All right, now.
Well, I'm going to do that.
Yeah. Good. Call us back with the results. Let us know if you hear from them or what the board says. I'm Tom Martino. Compass Insurance will do an insurance checkup. Find out if you're adequately insured. Maybe you're paying too much. Maybe you don't have the right coverage. It's all free of charge. 303-996-9000. More coming up.
Yeah.
Thank you.
With unrest in the world and a volatile market reaction, protection of your retirement assets is key. Find out
right to you.
Retirement Realized Radio with Chad Owen, Sunday morning at 10 on 630 KHOW, Denver's talk station.
You know, getting ready for retirement is more than just having a 401k or an IRA. You need to know what to do with those. They also, what about insurance for long-term care? What about passing on your business or selling it? There are so many aspects, and everyone has a different story. Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies will listen to your story and make recommendations for building your nest egg, keeping it safe, letting it grow, and then taking income in retirement. For all of these needed services, call them. If you want to know specifically, wait a minute, what can you do for me? They'll talk to you about that without any obligation. So you never obligate yourself unless you're fully satisfied with the services they provide. rpcenter.com. 970-663-3211. 970-663-3211. The two words that you don't normally hear together, Discount Bath, but I love Discount Bath. If you go to their website, discountbath.com, you can answer a few questions and get a link. And that link is where you can upload some smartphone video. Take your iPhone or your Droid or whatever you have and start narrating. Hey, I want to move this sink. I want to do a walk-in shower here. Or you tell them more about walls and floor coverings, whatever. It's informal. Once you get the video, you upload it at discountbath.com, and they'll give you a price without ever having to come to your home. Now, of course, they'd love to talk to you if you want them to. Discount Bath, people you can trust in an industry that's pretty shaky. Discountbath.com, 720-979-2322.
Very nice.
Thank you.
Did you drive to Tennessee?
Oh, hell no. Hell no.
You went to Vegas and Tennessee?
Now what?
No, we just flew right from here.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, we flew in on a Wednesday, and then we left on a Monday. Flight's not bad. It's like 2 hours, maybe 2.5.
To here?
Mm-hmm.
Vegas?
Yeah.
From Nashville to here. Yeah. I'll tell you one that was really quick that was surprising. Last year or the year before, we flew to Vegas, and then we flew from Vegas to Cabo, and then Cabo back to here. And it's only like 2 hours to Cabo from Vegas, which just seems crazy to me.
Yeah, it gets more.
Nope, I got it wrong. It was like 4 hours. It was Cabo back to here. That was
That's a quick,
remarkably short.
That they went to Kabul, not Kabul? Kabul? Cabo?
All I'm saying is I heard Kabul.
John Libby says we could be witnessing history. The Rockies could be the worst MLB team of all time.
Well, aren't they?
I don't think could be.
What is the record?
How about so far they are?
It's still so nice at the stadium.
It says the Rockies' minus 128 run differential is the worst in MLB by considerable margin.
Yeah. That's
59 runs worse than the next closest team.
That's why they had a shakeup over the weekend.
Colorado has scored the second fewest runs in baseball, with the third worst team batting average.
Well, that's
my
why,
God, they might beat every bad record.
they might. Fired the main coach and the hitting coach.
Why wouldn't they fire everybody?
Well, they did, basically.
Jeez.
You know, if you're gonna fail,
that is amazing.
Fail awesome.
Fail up.
You know, I mean, go for the worst records of
you're so
anybody.
down and out at that point. How do you bring a team like that back?
I don't know.
I mean, in order to be as bad as this is saying, I mean, they all have to be involved. This Mark.
God, can you imagine being a player on that team?
It's like the movie Major League. Here we go, coming back.
ESAlarm.com.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK. Skinny's on the line. That's their name, not mine. I didn't give it to him. So Skinny wants to talk about a contractor. Shoot, Skinny, what's going on?
Hey, Tom. Glad to hear you're doing better. A long-time fan here. I am. So I just bought a new house, and it's got sort of an unfinished driveway and a bunch of areas. I'm doing all sorts of renovation and everything to this house. As we were arriving at the house, this guy pulls in a truck and says, "Hey, man, we do blacktop paving stuff, and we've got like extra material."
That is the number one. That's the number one red flag for a scam. Just happen to be in the neighborhood. We have materials. So keep going.
Yeah. So, but on the same, I'm actually got lots of plans to do some, resurfacing and everything. So I said, oh, this could be good. And I actually have some money set aside. And so I could spend a couple bucks and maybe start this process and see what it's like. So anyway, he just says he kind of says he's got some trucks and all of this. And, he says he's going to do $4 a square foot. And then we actually do a little bit of research, and apparently this does go out at $6 to $8 a square foot when it's blacktop. Is that correct?
Well,
we kind of looked on Google.
It depends. I mean, but here's the point: you can't just do blacktop without prepping properly. So let's get to the problem.
Yeah. So now they end up dropping the material, and I'm like, cool. And by the way, the only thing they had said was the only numbers I got was 1,000 square feet and $4 a square foot. So I'm thinking $4,000.
Yeah, but
I'm like, okay,
but
great.
wait a minute.
That sounds
Skinny,
fine. I can do
Skinny, hold on, bro. You're hopping through all. You're skipping the main point. You were expecting this and expecting that. Did you ever think to have it written down, like 1,000 feet at $4 a foot, and then you sign it with the contractor, or did you do this all on a handshake?
No, yeah, I thought it was just going to be casual and not a big deal, right?
Okay, so you were figuring in your head 1,000 feet at $4 a foot. Where did you get the $4 a foot?
That's what he told me. That's what he told me the price would be.
Okay, well,
how many square feet is the driveway?
He
though?
said 1,000.
I
I don't know. He said 1,000. Is it 1,000?
But it's only 1,000 by 1 foot.
Well, what they ended up dropping
1,000 square feet is what he's saying.
4 truckloads.
Okay.
Well, that's what I got was 1,000 square foot. That's the only kind of numbers they throw out. 1,000 at $4 a square
Skinny,
foot. Well,
tell me, did they do the blacktop or not?
They did the blacktop, yes.
What prep did they do?
And how? But hold on, how many square feet? I'm dying to know that.
Well, this is the problem, yes. They ended up dropping 4 trucks, so now that's 4,000 square feet. Wait, when they actually calculated out the thing, the bill ended up coming to $17,000.
All right, Skinny, are you blaming them?
Yeah.
Well, what about your part in this?
Well, no, absolutely. I think I have a part where I didn't insist on an actual dollar quote.
Yeah, or a contract of any kind.
I think they were both.
Can you even,
correct?
Skinny?
Yes, I thought this was just going to be.
What if this guy says, "Look, I did the blacktop. He pays the bill. I never said anything about 1,000 square feet. I never said anything about $4 a foot. By the way, did he keep the $4 a foot?"
Yes, because when he measured it out, he did it with an accurate measuring tool, and
right, now,
I believe him that it's definitely larger than 1,000 square feet.
Okay, he did.
So he
$4.
actually, I'm a little confused here. He actually stuck to the $4 a square foot.
But it went
and you said that is a good price. You just said, so if the job looks good, and that is a good price, and I don't know if it is or isn't, I don't even know what the problem is, with the exception you're saying you didn't do the math right in your head.
Okay.
Well, he quoted 1,000 square feet is a truck.
How
I didn't know he had
that?
4 trucks.
How can you prove that he said to you it'll be 1,000 square feet? How do you prove that?
We don't. We just had a conversation. It was really quick.
So if I say to him, you overcharged Skinny because it's now 17 grand and he was thinking 4 grand, and this guy says, I never told him 1,000 square feet, then we're at a stalemate. It's done. You know, you didn't even sign a contract.
With no contract, though. Tom, if there truly is no contract whatsoever and this guy hasn't paid him, I mean, they could lien the property and they're going to end up having a day in court, and this guy can simply say they didn't quote me that much. They quoted me 4,000.
No,
I mean, I don't know who would win in that.
This guy, Skinny's going to lose. Okay, because while it was being done, he saw how much was out there. He had every opportunity to measure. He can't see people. You can't just sit on your ass and expect everyone to carry your water. Here's the bottom line: you have responsibilities. Today we've had several calls, or not several, but we've had calls where people blame a contractor because they were asleep at the wheel. All I can say is this: if I was having blacktop put on my home, not only would I want to know the quantity and the square footage, I'd want to know what prep they're doing. I'm more concerned about not the 17 grand, but what if this stuff starts coming up now because it doesn't have enough oil or he didn't prep it right? How did they prep it, Skinny? How did they prep it?
They kind of scraped the ground a little bit, and they had a little bit of they had the proper tools with them. But you are correct that I don't know if this has been well done. It quite frankly doesn't look like a super pro job.
Okay, here's what you need to do. I'm going to give you homework. You need to have a blacktop contractor come out and look at it, and you need to get an assessment of the job. If the job is substandard, by the way, was a building permit required for this?
No, I mean, I had the conversation, and the guys were, and I said, cool, because I thought it was going to be $4,000, and like the guys were there in 20 minutes. It was crazy.
All right.
Hey, Skinny, something else for your homework is you got to find out if this contractor was required to have a license to do this kind of work in your jurisdiction. And the second thing is, does this kind of a job require a permit? You can get both those questions answered by calling your city or county building department.
Now, as far as Skinny's obligation to this contractor, if the contractor is unlicensed, that doesn't mean you don't owe him. Licensing is a separate issue. Here's the main issue right now. Quantum Marowit. What did you get for the money? Were you cheated? Was it substandard? You need to start building a case on your own. But you don't get someone who simply exaggerates. You get someone who'll give you an honest assessment of that blacktop. And they'll say, you know, it's not that bad. Now, did it go over greenery or did it go over existing blacktop?
It went over existing sort of gravel driveway-ish.
Okay.
Dirt and gravel driveway.
That's good. Dirt and gravel, that's good. Did they do any kind of oiling first? Any kind of tar? Or did they just take the blacktop and put it over the ground?
I think they just put it over the ground.
Okay. You know, the worst thing, you broke every rule in the book. The first one is you were solicited at the door. And never, ever, ever accept a contract based on someone coming to your door. Now, I'm not saying not to hire them. I'm saying don't do it because they came to your door. If you're thinking of blacktop and somebody came by and said, I happen to be in the neighborhood with material, I'd say, okay, give me your card and I'll let you know what I find. I'm going to shop around. You don't just take someone because they pull up in a pickup truck and say, hey, I happen to be in the neighborhood. I mean, you were literally prey because I'll guarantee you they weren't in the neighborhood with materials. I'll guarantee you that it's probably not a good job. I hope I'm wrong. So where did you check the pricing?
Just on Google, when you ask, like, you know, what's the typical pricing of getting blacktop done?
Okay. Blacktop again.
It came up with, you know, $6 to $8 a square foot.
All right. I'm finding here, I just looked it up. Typical range in Denver Metro, and this is $3 to $7 a foot. And if it's under 300 square feet, it's about $10. And then larger projects, you can get down to $4 a foot for 1,000 square feet or more. But here it mentions that doesn't include prep. So, you know, I don't know what they did for you. You need to have it analyzed. They do what's called a core sample. How deep is yours? 3 or 4 inches or 6? How deep is it?
It's difficult to tell. Maybe I would say 4 4 inches probably.
Okay, so I want you to call a contractor or someone, an inspector, and have them do a core sample or two and give you an analysis of the oil to stone ratio and and what you got. First, let's figure out what you got and if it was done properly. I mean, we're shooting blind right here. You're complaining because it was more than you expected. Well, whose fault is that, right? I mean, it's no one's fault. These guys did the job. You allowed them to do it. Now you're saying, but I thought it was going to be 1,000 foot. When you tell them that, did you bring it up? Did you say, hey, wait a minute, you said 1,000 feet at $4 a foot? What do they say when you bring that up?
He said that was for one truck, and they brought in 4 trucks.
Okay.
Because that was apparently what the extra material that they had, apparently.
All right. So maybe that's what he said. Hey, it's going to be about $1,000 or $4,000. It's $4,000 a truck. I mean, you know, Skinny, you are in a bad way right now. Have you paid anything?
No. I'm supposed to meet with them today.
Well, here's what I would do, because you're not going to win this. You're just not going to win it. What I would say to him is, look, I never expected it to be this much. I was thinking it was 1,000 square feet. Listen, Skinny, when you look at your driveway, did you know you had more than 1,000 square feet? Be honest.
Yeah. Well, I have tons of land and tons of different sections of the driveway, and that's why I kind of decided to do this section and see how it would come across, because we could just expand it later if we wanted to.
You knew.
So I kind of chose a section that made sense.
Okay, but you knew you had more than.
Oh, I've got it. Yeah.
Okay. Then I would say what you have to do is negotiate with him, because you're not going to win it. You're just not. You got what he did. You got the benefit of it. Again, though, do those core samples, because now's the time before you pay to bring up any issues. If that is not a good mix, if it wasn't compressed right, if it wasn't done right, do the core samples. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. We're here to help you solve your problems, answer your questions, take your complaints. Renew Home Innovations will do beautiful shower walk-ins with pure porcelain sheets for the walls. No maintenance. They can do it throughout your bathroom. They can even do kitchen backsplashes. Listen, renewhomeinnovations.com, the most beautiful shower conversions made custom for you in 2 or 3 days, and several repayment options. 303-904-2000.
KHOW Denver, 630 KHOW, an iHeart radio station. Download the free iHeart Radio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Blindspur.com.
A rough morning on the east side of the city on I-70. We have a truck accident westbound at Airport Boulevard. Your travel is reduced to only the left lane. Cleanup of the cargo, the truck, and the sign that got hit is still ongoing. Eastbound I-70 is slow between Central Park Boulevard and Chambers, with a crash blocking the left lanes. And in Parker, a 3-car crash as you slow at Parker Road southbound south of Lincoln. With traffic, I'm Cynthia Vale.
Looking for affordable blinds, shades, or shutters for your home? Don't hire an expensive pro. Check out Blindster.com, where we offer custom-made window coverings at guaranteed low prices with a team of pros ready to help you every step of the way. Blindster.com.
You guys know that I started a wealth management company for financial advisement and helping you invest your money and keeping it safe and letting it grow and all the rest. But here's one thing I can pledge to you. You will find no one who gives this level of service, period. And if you want to put me to the test, call us. No one will give you this level of service. You can even ask existing clients who have agreed to talk to you. So if you are looking for a financial advisor that truly holds your hand and walks with you in this financial journey, Wave 8 Wealth Management. So call us at 303-771-HELP for a free review. And I mean a really free review with no obligation. I don't do that BS. That's wave8capital.com or 303-771-HELP, 771-4357. You know, right now, people are thinking, hey, spring is here and you're getting your carpets clean. Don't make a mistake and just pile on more crap. You see, when you get regular carpet cleaning, no matter what it is, they leave residue behind. That's why Zero Res stands for zero residue is the place to go. It's the only one I will consider for my carpets. ZeroResDenver.com. They keep your carpets cleaner than any other method, and it's like the carpet is new because there's no residual in there, and they clean out all of the germs, pathogens, and the dirt and debris. Extend the life of your carpet, get a great cleaning, and even improve the air quality in your home. ZeroResDenver.com, 303-471-5150.
Yeah.
Yep.
Of what you make.
315.
That's including the first mortgage.
I don't know.
Okay.
Cool.
I mean,
And they got to be 40%.
It's all good.
Okay.
About 45%. Yeah. Well, we don't count like we don't count like, if you got a credit card where, we just minimum.
What was that on line one? What they want?
We hit them against minimum payments, not
Oh, I thought you said the entire
credit
debt.
I'm talking about your whole debt, everything you have.
Yeah.
Meaning credit card, car payments.
No, he's going to
So the balance on the credit card. Balance.
Not the balance, the minimum payments.
Oh, okay. So it's not the.
Oh, you're talking loan to value. I'm sorry, I was talking income. We can go up to 80%.
Actually, I was wondering this. Let's say
Dad, do you want some
pull out,
water or
make it
Coke or
400.
what can I get you?
Water.
And it's
Yeah,
currently.
yeah. Water would be good. Thank you.
The monthly payment on that would be how much, roughly speaking?
I mean, 400,000. It's an interest-only payment. I mean, you're probably.
And it's simple interest.
It's simple. It's
But
the
you only
most
pay on
consumer-friendly loan. I did them 20 years ago when they came over
Let's
here
say
from
the balance
Australia.
is-
Yeah.
30 years ago. Big time. I got so many people, their 30-year loan ended up being paid off in 12
400,000
because of
be
it.
about 20.
Yeah.
I had to help their discipline. Did you do this? Did you park your money there?
The guys.
Park your money there.
Well, a
It's
small
phenomenal.
business can really rock and roll with it because
Oh.
they can sweep that cash flow into there just to offset that average balance.
Like
all
I
the
said,
time.
We don't do it by just payment. We do it by
Some days you have nearly no payments
income
And
rate,
it's asset based to a
net
degree.
total
to a
net.
degree.
So,
But it's
for
a
example, I
phenomenal loan.
qualify, yeah. If you make 10,000 a month, then
And CMG has the market on it.
4,500. Right.
Yeah, they sold mine to.
Totally makes sense.
That's because they service the bank service it.
Yeah, I know that. Who was it? Omaha.
Merchants Bank.
They do
Of
them.
Indiana.
They do them direct now too. They said.
They do. They're a lot more conservative
Yeah.
than we are.
Yeah,
type
yeah.
of thing.
Oh, yeah, merchants.
They do.
Yeah.
I think they're pissed at me because I've never had $1 out. No, I'm not kidding. They probably
Well,
look at it
so
as a waste.
We made a guideline where you have to at least take out 100,000 at closing.
Now,
Now
for how long?
you pay back
One day.
Yeah, but I'm just saying my guideline. But yeah,
That's.
but you're
nothing.
right. They lose money on people that don't use it.
Yeah, literally. I've never used it.
But that's most people borrow up and down.
Yeah, they're up and down.
Yeah, yeah. But they're not losing money either. 'Cause, I mean, it's it's pretty safe.
So how can it be interest only? Don't they? I mean, when do you pay off the?
Yeah, babe.
The actual principal.
Well, that's the home equity line. That's home equity lines.
God, I hope not.
typically are.
That's not what I was doing.
And you either, if you never pay more than the interest, then it'll become due.
Forever.
Yeah, but it'll become due after 30
Not
years
sure.
with our loan.
Oh, I
After
got
10
you.
years, you have to, you're mandatory
I-
to start paying
well,
principal.
That
Okay.
I understand that.
We have a forced payoff after 30 years, basically, is what our loan does.
In 10 years.
Integra.
You have to start paying.
After 10.
And the amortization on 20, isn't it? Basically.
It's 20 years, but you only have to make that payment if you're maxed out.
Yeah,
on credit.
okay, yeah. It's cool as heck.
Here you go.
Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. By the way, Barry Miller is with us too from Vestera Turnkey, and he'll be talking about his program and how we work together on that. And then we have also John from CMG Financial. He can talk about reverse loans and other things people are thinking about. So Charles has a problem with HVAC. Hi, Charles. What's happening?
Okay, Tom, thank you for taking my call. I am a disabled person. We live at 815 Newark Street in Aurora, Colorado.
Wait. You don't get that in depth, man.
Yeah, go ahead, sir. What's going on,
Okay.
Charles?
Okay. It all started back about 2 months ago. We live at 815 Newark Street, as I told you before.
God. Okay.
And what happened is our furnace is about 36 years old.
Okay.
I called Colorado Heat Help, and they said they were going to help us.
Wait, Charles, hold on. Who did you call? What agency?
It's called the name of the program. The name of the company was called Crisis Intervention Help.
What?
Line. And
Charles,
Charles,
Charles, just, I know you want to tell me your story, but was this a real government agency or nonprofit, or did they just call themselves that? What exactly? Okay. What exactly is the program?
Agency.
What is it called? I'm trying to look it up, and I see nothing like that. It's called Crisis Intervention.
Hold on, Tom. Hold on right now.
Sure.
Honey, come here. Give me
Let's
that name
take
of
this
that.
break, and then we'll still have time
Hey,
when he figures that out.
Charles, how old are you, Charles? I'm just curious.
I'm 66.
Oh my God. Okay. All right, bro. Hang on, okay? We'll be back, and I'll help this youngster out. 303-713-8255.
Yeah, Tom.
Now, impact traffic.
This report.
Right?
Alarm detection systems.
A rough morning on the east side of the city on I-7.
66. I only have 6 years.
Your travel is reduced to only the left lane. Cleanup of the cargo, the truck, and the sign that got hit is still ongoing. Eastbound I-70 is slow between Central Park Boulevard and Chambers, with a crash blocking the left lanes. And in Parker, a 3-car crash as you slow at Parker Road southbound south of Lincoln. With traffic, I'm Cynthia Vale.
Alarm detection systems. One local source for cameras, key cards, fire and intrusion. Offering expert alarm installation and testing with 24/7 professional monitoring. Protect what matters with advanced security. Visit absalarm.com.
All right. If you're in a car accident, if you're injured in any way in a traffic accident, you're going to have questions. John Fuller knows that. So he's committed to answering any questions you may have on the phone. And you don't have to hire him first. Now, most law firms, you don't get to talk to the attorney until after you hire him. With this firm, you talk directly to John. You ask your questions about your case. You tell him your concerns, and he'll give you steps to take. If you decide to hire him, it's on a percentage fee basis, and that's it. No out of pocket. John Fuller, Fuller Law. You can talk directly right now. 303-597-4500. 303-597-4500.
So we did. We glanced over India and Pakistan almost starting a nuclear war. I am. I'm just so. I'm so sick of winning. It's crazy.
New owner for the Rockies named Trump. What?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. It's
one of the boys. One of the boys.
And then this morning, Trump's on for an hour, and basically Pakistan, India, no issue anymore. And then he's flying to the Middle East to get Gaza all tuned up for the new Trump Tower. That'll be at the Gaza Strip.
Trump Gaza Plaza.
Gaza Strip.
Gaza Plaza.
Gaza Strip.
The stock market's up 1,100 over here. On the CNN, they're showing the Democrats getting thrown in jail.
Yeah.
I mean, we got to stop winning.
And the Gaza Strip is going to become a gentleman's cabaret.
It's a big strip
I'm going
club.
to open a strip club there called Gaza Strip.
On the Gaza Strip.
That would be awesome.
Oh, and then what else today? The guy finally got released after a year and a half.
Oh, yeah. That's cool. That is
God,
cool.
it is crazy. The Democrats must sit around going, okay, I don't know what we can do now because he's winning too much.
I know. Let's get some MS-13 gangsters back.
Yeah. Yeah, let's get
Let's
some more.
fly to Seacott.
Oh, God. And have margaritas with, let's go have margaritas with the sea.
They don't have
a masterful move on the part of El Salvador is to coffee and water and margaritas.
The margaritas. It's the perfect thing. And they dressed them up, they're like this.
Oh, yeah.
One fucking thing out of step.
Yeah.
When you get back, you will die.
What's your
That guy's like, it's great here, man.
Yeah.
It's one of the nicest places ever.
It's air
The food is tremendous.
Tremendous. Drinks are better.
Yeah. The buffet, you ought to see the buffet.
Yeah, the breakfast buffet is my favorite.
Make like those roses out of carved strawberries and shit. It's awesome.
Looks like Easter buffet at the Broadmoor. Yeah. Movie time is probably my favorite.
Yeah.
We get the new releases before they're still in the theater.
In fact, we got the second season of Firefly.
We each have an 85-inch TV in our rooms. We love it here. that congressman's just asking. They treating you well? Oh, yeah. Another margarita, sir? It is hard just to keep winning, though. It's win, win, win.
We're just a few months into this administration. We're in the 4th month out of 4 years. I hope they don't kill him.
It's so quick, too. I mean, think about it. You can't... It's just crazy. They call it chaos, but look everything he's gotten done. It's insane, man.
Yeah.
I mean, better than any Republican president, I'd say, as well.
All together, all combined.
All combined.
All combined.
I always do give it to Clinton because they at least balance the budget. That has not happened forever.
I still say he was the best Republican president since Reagan.
That's what I mean. Best Republican Democrat.
Yeah.
Ever.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. He was weirdo, man.
He getting a blowjob in the Oval Office. You got it. The dress. I wonder if that dress will end up in the Smithsonian someday. There's Monica's dress.
On your
Go, Tom.
iHeartRadio app and listen now.
Hi, Tom Martino here. 303-713-TALK. K&H Home Solutions. Window, siding, doors, and more. And now painters. K&H Painting Pros. That's khwindows.com. Charles said around 2 months ago, he called some kind of crisis line. Charles, did you get the name of it?
The name of it is called Crisis Intervention Program.
Okay. Who is it run by?
It is run through the Heat Helpline. Heat Help of Colorado.
Heat Help of Colorado. And tell me what went on when you called the Crisis Intervention Program.
When I called the Crisis Intervention Program and I explained to them the situation with our furnace, they said they would get somebody out here to assess the problem. Okay. And that's been over 2 months ago.
Did they ever send someone out?
No, the HVAC came out. First it started with Home Depot. HVAC came out and looked at it, and they told us that the furnace was 36 years old. And for us to buy parts for this furnace, it was going to cost us more than what we wanted to pay.
Charles, I want to ask a few questions. Why did you call to begin with? Did your heat stop working?
Yes, we have our heat stopped working, and all we have in the way of source of heat is a space heater, a heating blanket.
All right. Charles, just wait. So
go ahead.
This crisis intervention program, I suspect, is not what you think, and it's not a government program. If they sent a private contractor to your home, that's weird. What's the name of the HVAC company that went to your home?
That I don't know. That was done through Home Depot.
Well, how did Home Depot get
Home
involved?
Depot is because we called Home Depot and we told them the situation with our heating. With our furnace not heating.
Okay.
So
why did you call Home Depot? Why did you call Home Depot?
For them to come and check out our furnace.
Okay. And who did Home Depot? Who did Home Depot send out to your house?
They sent out an HVAC company.
Do you know the name of that company?
To our home. Hold on, my wife is getting that right now. Hold on, buddy.
So here's what I want to know, Charles. Are you basically calling today because you have not heard from them?
Right. I am basically calling today because I have not heard from
That's really good.
From them, and
That's
I
really
have
good.
not heard.
Charles, I'm going to tell you that's
this.
really good. It's really good you didn't hear from anybody because I want you to start from scratch. Okay, you're getting in the muck and mire. These people have nothing to do with crisis intervention. They're not going to do anything free. If you thought you were going to get something free, you're not. Okay, now I don't want you going down this road because what's going to happen is you're going to be stuck with a big bill. What I want you to do is check out some real help. Okay, now what is your situation as far as income?
Well, me and my wife are on a fixed income because I'm retired from the government, but what they put me out on a disability retirement program through the government. And my wife is on an SSDI. No, Social Security retirement program, so we're not making that much.
Okay.
Tell them about the pilot light. All we need is someone to come in and put the pilot light on. Tell them about that.
My wife said all we need is somebody to come put out the pilot light.
No, here's what I want to do.
Put
Listen,
the pilot light on, but I think it's more than
Charles.
that.
Charles, hold on. Before we do anything else, I'm going to get one of our deputies to go out there and check your furnace system. What part of town?
Where's he located? Charles, where do you... I don't want your address, but is it Denver? Where is it?
It's Aurora, right?
It's in Arapahoe County.
Why don't we send out one of our HVAC folks?
I would send out Deputy Bo first, just to see if it can get fixed.
You know, he's HVAC guy forever. That's not a bad idea whatsoever.
Yeah, so we're going to send someone out to help you. Okay? Hold on, Charles, and thank you for calling us. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. We got another 2 hours to go on the Troubleshooter Show. Stay tuned. And Mark is taking the helm. I got to do a limited schedule, doctor's orders. And thank you for all your well wishes and everything else you've done. It touched me deeply. More coming up.
Deep. Thanks, man. Leave everything up. Get out.
He's got to really watch physical activity. I hope he does. I got so mad at him a couple times.
He's not going to.
In a loving way. No, he's got to, though, because, I mean, well, you saw it.
Oh, yeah. I was there every day.
Yeah. I think they got through to him. It's hard to keep Tommy, though, not...
I don't think they got through to him.
I do. He better have. He can, like, pull stuff. I mean, like, think about it. That,
It looked like they removed quite a bit of stuff.
That Whipple's insane, man.
Yeah, that picture was...
Yeah, your gallbladder's gone, 20% of your stomach, 25%, whatever it happens to be, 20+% of the pancreas, depending on where the tumor is. I mean, in some cases, I bet it could be 80, 90%.
There was just a small piece of the pancreas left.
Yeah. And then you got to reroute everything, which is crazy. I wonder when they came up with that surgery.
Well, that's crazy.
Whipple quite a while ago.
God, and what doctor was like? Oh my God, you're not kidding. Listen to this, man. Doc, you have no idea. Like, when do you think the first one was done? It's fucking crazy.
I would say probably 1960.
1909.
Wow.
German surgeon Walter something or other. Then it was later refined and popularized by American surgeon Alan Whipple. 1935. Whipple performed the first one-stage Whipple procedure in 1940. There he is. I see Dr. Whipple there. His middle name is Oldfather. Dr. Alan Oldfather Whipple. Huh. This is interesting, Doc. As the surgery unfolded, Dr. Whipple realized all was not as it seemed. His patient did not, in fact, have gastric cancer. That's why he came up with it. He found out it was cancer of the pancreas.
Interesting.
Yeah, that's wild. He came up with that surgery for a completely different thing. God, that's crazy. I got to bring in coffee cups. Tom was sitting here one time, and his Diet Coke spilled. And it spilled and it shorted out something in here. Yeah.
Ooh.
So, remember, it's all on video. Okay? So, the nasty gram starts flying around from engineering and the program director. Who spilled? Who didn't have a lid on? Who blah, blah, blah. And Tom's like, wasn't me. Wasn't me. He dug in, too. I didn't do it. I mean, it was simple as that. If you say it enough, it's not a lie if you believe it. Let's just go there, right? So at this point, Tom's pretty sure he didn't do it.
Like the highway where he crossed the double yellow.
Oh, just like that.
Yeah.
That popped in my mailbox, a picture of him crossing the double line. But then all of a sudden, because when there's a problem with Tom, I generally am the one that goes to the principal's office. So I'm called into Spence's office. Did Tom spill that Coke? I said, I don't think so. He said he didn't spill it. And then he pulls up YouTube.
Oh, shit. That's
It's play with Tom spilling it and grabbing all the napkins.
Spraying it on the ceiling.
Yes. And I said, and I'm sitting next to him. And he goes, I thought you said he didn't spill it. I said, oh, but I guess I didn't realize that at the time, which is like
so what did they
crazy.
Want? Like, did they want some damages? Did they want an
No,
apology?
they basically, he was just making a deal because no one copped to it. And then he had to go into, it was like $1,000 something or other.
It was $1,000 repair?
I have no idea how much it was. But yeah, it was definitely a repair. I don't remember who the board op was. And then one time Tom took all the lights out of here.
How?
This was Lightgate. He wanted fluorescence for our video because or not fluorescence, he wanted LED because the fluorescents were making the video weird. And plus, LED's better. So he swaps out all the lights.
He swapped them out?
He just swapped them out. And Michael Brown hated the new lights. And all of a sudden, everybody's asking who swapped out the lights. And who do you think gets called in? Yes.
So are these the original lights?
I don't know what ended up in there. Years ago, Brown and I, we had a little bit of a disagreement. I love the guy now, but we had Lightgate. It all started with Lightgate. Yeah. Which once again, I had nothing to do with, but somehow it all came down on me. ICE ramps up migrant removal. Can you guys even do loans from people from other countries? That, if someone lives in Mexico and wants to buy a house in Mexico, can CMG do them?
No, we won't lend on property in Mexico.
You won't? Okay. How about Canada?
Puerto Rico, no.
It's just a whole different deal.
Puerto Rico, yeah.
Well, that's a territory, though, Puerto Rico.
Yeah. There are some now banks that do it, but no, we don't.
You got to either jump in or not.
And if they're here, they want to buy property here, they have to have visas that work. We do foreign nationals.
Yeah, but that's even different because they're here. Yeah.
But no, we won't do loans on properties in Mexico and stuff.
Oh, that's very nice of you, Kelly. Thank you.
Yeah, I can't go number 2 anymore.
That's an E, not a U. But it's not a U.
Oh, that's
but I was just sending it.
Nationwide keyword on our website. Bank. That's bank. Enter it now at khow.com. Keep listening to win on 630 KHOW.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Welcome, my friends, to the only show of its kind. We're here to solve problems, answer questions, state complaints. We're here to educate you. We're also here to go after the bad guys. You've been ripped off or taken advantage of, or maybe you just got a question. 303-713-8255. And as I always say, 303-Martino. That number works on and off the air. So if you ever need anything, 303-Martino. You can also email us at help@troubleshooter.com. In studio with me, Barry Miller, Vestera Turnkey, John Clace, partnerinlending.com. He's with CMG Bank. And then Deputy Dimitri, Deputy Doc. Dragons on the other side back there. And Kelly answering your phones. We got 3 lines open, 303-713-8255. Real quick, I want to tell you about Fix It 24/7. Right now, $49 are going to come out, and they're going to clean that sump pump. Yeah, if you have not had your sump pump checked in, say, over 3 years, it is time to do it. The last thing you want is a flood. They're going to come out, spend about 2 hours, only $49, cleaning it, lubricating it, if that's the kind you have. $49. You're not going to beat that. Check them out at fixmyhome.com. That's fixmyhome.com. Hey, John Clace, CMG, the all-in-one loan. It's kind of funny, Barry Miller's here. Vestera Turnkey is an investment strategy we're going to talk about, but I thought you two could partner up, quite frankly. That's why you're both sitting here. So I hope you guys have that. Because of your all-in-one loan, you can use that to buy a second house, right?
You do. We have many of our clients use
vacation the house. How about an investment property? Do people use it for investments or typically not?
Yeah, we actually do it on investment properties now, but you can also use your primary, if you got enough equity, to purchase pay cash for an investment property.
Or even just take it out to buy instead of buying one with all the cash, buy 3 or 4.
And that's what we see a lot of is people utilizing the account because how you can pay it down.
Yeah.
And open up equity. Yeah, and we do it on You can have up to 3 all-in-one loans for one borrower now. So
For one borrower.
Yeah.
But then if it's a husband and wife, that's 6.
Sure.
If they, if they solely qualify. Ray, what is your comment on Charles' issue? Charles, I don't know if he got snookered or what happened, but basically he had someone reach out to him on a furnace and say, hey, we can get you a free furnace, and we just don't. Really, he doesn't know, nor do we know. I feel like I'm talking about Biden, but go ahead, Ray.
Hey, thank you, Mark, for the opportunity. So the LEAP program, the Low Income Energy Assistance Program.
Yeah, that's a real program.
It's a real program, and they have a sub-program called the Crisis Intervention Program.
Oh, so you think it is real?
I do think it's real. However, I believe they ran out of money.
Crisis Intervention what?
Crisis Intervention Program. It's a sub-program under LEAP.
Yeah.
And I believe they ran out of money with what's going on with the federal government. It may be related to that. I'm not sure. But this gentleman may have just fallen through the cracks because of that funding issue.
I got you, because of literally the timing. They might have started to dig into it, and then they got defunded, and then that's that.
Right.
Well,
And
we're
so
going
I
to
just
send
wanna
Deputy Bo out. Curious enough, we sent him out to another one. I heard that guy in the background, or his wife in the background, saying the pilot light just needs to be lit. As crazy as that sounds, Deputy Bo actually went out to one, and he had to order some parts and do other stuff, but he did exactly that for someone else. Got an older furnace working, so at least they had, hot air during the, or heat during the winter.
Sure, absolutely. And I was going to recommend the Arapahoe County Weatherization Assistance Program. They do similar work for similar qualifying individuals.
Well, Deputy Bo, I hope you're listening to that, because we're going to figure out what's going on with their furnace, and then we'll dig into that. I mean, hey, that's great information, Ray. Like, really, we appreciate that right here on the show 100%, brother. And, yeah, that's really good information, actually. I need to get better at keeping a database of all these things that can help people like that. They seem to come and go, though, fairly quick. We've had people in the past that fix cars at no cost for single mothers, for example, and there's so many people at some point you just run out. You know, what I'm saying?
Place. So you're thinking about an organization called Hands of the Carpenter.
Yeah, Hands of the Carpenter.
A high school friend of mine actually is the CEO of that organization, and they're still in business, and they do exactly what it sounds like.
Yep. But it's only single women.
For single mothers. They provide used automobiles, and then they provide maintenance and repairs for them at no charge.
They're on our referral list.
Oh, they are?
Uh-huh.
Oh, great.
Yeah, they've been on there. What is the name of the shop? They have a actual shop, too.
Well, it's their own shop. I think they have more than one.
They actually have, of course, a for-profit shop that, like, you and I could bring our car to.
Oh, didn't know
and
that.
Then they have that. They might even have more than one shop. I think the guy's name is Tom, but he's been in before.
Oh, Georgopoulos. Dan Georgopoulos is the CEO of that organization. They may be a Tom over there, but
okay.
The guy I went to high school with is Dan Georgopoulos, and he runs that organization.
Very cool. All right, 303-713-8255. So let's talk Vestair and loans real quick, guys. Here's the deal. Barry Miller, you kind of teamed up with Martino, too, because you guys are doing some stuff together, but generally how this program works, and it's very interesting. And I'm going to drill you on the outcomes you've had.
You bet.
But basically, you go out and you have a knack for finding up-and-coming properties. So that property is generally never in Colorado because we're at the top of the market, if you will. In fact, we're probably overpriced, if you ask me. Would you agree with that?
I'd agree with that.
Yeah. So you go out and let's say Johnny finds something in Redmond, Washington, or he finds something in North Carolina, or finds something in Virginia. And he's looking for an area maybe a company is coming to, maybe Microsoft or SpaceX, or there's something in the works, or it's just purely undervalued, and you're looking at trends of people moving in, knowing that it's going to appreciate. So you go out and you find the property. The part that blows me away is you make how much a year doing all this? $399 from that client, right? Isn't it $399?
No. We are paid by the buyer agent who represents that person, sends us a healthy.
But doesn't the person
referral.
actually doing the investment actually spend a few hundred a year with you?
They do spend $600 a year.
So $600, you find me the house.
That's it.
You get paid by the broker. So, in other words, when you buy the house, instead of whatever the co-op is, 3%, you get a chunk.
We get a chunk of that because we're doing chunk plus part of the work.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
So you find it, then you find someone to manage the property. And by the way, a lot of people think these are fix and flips or not. What these are, John, is homes ready to go.
Some of them are even new homes, don't you?
Some of them are new homes. They're so ready to go. Out of 100 homes, we've had 4 that had repairs of up to $500 in the last year.
That's it.
That's it.
So you've done 100 of these in the last year, roughly?
Roughly.
Wow. Yeah. What's the appreciation on them?
High.
Yeah, like what? I mean, 20% in a year?
Well, it's not 20% anymore.
Got
it. The appreciation is now, our minimum is 12%.
Got it.
So we're between 12 and 16 a year.
Each year.
Each year.
So basically they go out, they find a property manager. Then the property manager makes sure they find the right renter, make sure everything's done. I mean, you're not going to fly out to Virginia to fix a furnace. I mean, that's why you have a property manager there. But that person collects the rent. If I'm the investor, I get the rent.
You get the rent.
Yeah, I get the rent each month. So there's your cash flow while that home is actually appreciated.
Yeah, you get the rent, we get the problems. If there are a few of those fix-it problems, they call us.
I'm shocked you do it with new homes. But anyhow, so then 2 or 3 years go by, and you've made 30, 40%, maybe even more.
Correct.
And then you sell the home, and you either put the money in your pocket, or you simply buy 2 or 3 more.
Buy 2 or 3 more with nearly no out-of-pocket, nearly no out-of-pocket cash, 1031, tax-deferred exchange, so you don't pay taxes on the gain.
You just keep building it.
Just keep building it.
How about if someone has like an IRA and they want to actually buy it with their IRA? Can you guys help with that? Now
we're talking about you guys. Tom Martino and Wave 8 Wealth Management can do that.
Yep.
They are set up.
Explain why people can do that.
They can do well. Now I'm no IRA 401k expert, but my explanation that I give out several times a week anymore is Wave 8 Wealth Management. By the way, you could find them online at wave8capital.com. They have all the expertise to put it together, Mark, where you could take your IRA money and or your 401k money, give it to them. They form LLCs. You cannot have a say in their decision, and they then form a group and buys the property. And then the gain goes right back into your IRA, and you're avoiding taxes properly so in that.
And then you can roll it over.
And you roll it over again and again if you want to.
Yeah, you have to be a pretty specialized IRA, which I'm sure they are.
Well,
the Wave 8 is very specialized.
What they do is they basically create a self-directed IRA. So you want to invest in property, but you can't make all the decisions because there's rules around IRAs, 401ks.
Right.
So basically they become the investment. They look at the portfolio. They have to agree to it. And more importantly, you have to be hands-off. They have to manage it.
So you can't pick the property or anything.
No. They have to manage it for the most part. Well, I don't know if I think you could pick the property, of course.
They have a say in it, but they can't say. Okay, they have a say in it, and it's more than a wink and a nod. It's legal to say, but they can't say deny that property because if almost like an old-time general partner in the old days when we had general partners says we're buying that property. You can't deny that.
Who manages the rent? Do you do the property management for the IRA?
The IRA then forms a new LLC. The LLC is buying the property, and then we're treating them as if they're a consumer. Because they are, because Tom Martino and Wave 8 is involved.
Well, yeah, I mean, basically, they're the ones managing it.
They're the manager.
Not property managing it, but the retirement fund.
The retirement fund.
It's a self-directed IRA. Tom and I have done them a few times over the years with some commercial property where we've used retirement money to
highly
invest.
specialized, highly advantageous to all the consumers, and
but they have to. In other words, if they found a house, I mean, they've got to take ownership of this.
Then I have to have stuff.
So if I say, hey, I want this old beaten wreck and I want to use $500,000 out of my 401k for it or my RA out of it, and they look at it and they go, well, that'd be the dumbest thing anybody's ever done. You're not going to be able to do it. So, I mean, they have to basically sign off on it, and you have to be arm's length. That's kind of the strange part about it. In other words, if I wanted to buy a business, that's possible too, but it's kind of weird when you get to the point where you have to be hands-off. You could buy a part of a business. Go ahead, Barry.
Yeah, well, the Wave 8, the other big piece they have, with our direct program where you make more money,
You're owning
you
the
have
house.
to have $80,000 to get started.
Why do you say 80 out of curiosity?
Well, that's lenders require 25% down.
Okay.
So that's for the down payment.
Okay, so you're
typically.
saying your average property is $400,000? What is it?
Under that, the average property is more like $300 to $320.
That sure as hell isn't in Colorado, then.
That's not in Colorado. You don't have the appreciation.
What
you
is
don't
the
have
average?
positive
What is the
cash
average
flow.
loan or the average property value now in Colorado, John?
I think the average sale price it's up to like 700 and something.
Oh,
it's
my
pretty
God.
crazy.
Well, the median price
It's-
in Denver Metro is
6+.
about 600,000.
Yeah.
Colorado Springs about 450, et
Yeah.
cetera. Colorado, therefore, somewhere in the 500s. But we have positive cash flow for our customers. That's another key. But back to Wave 8, they're able to pool money.
Yeah, so if you don't have 80,000, you could have 4 people come in each with 20,
each with
and
20.
they'd be part of that LLC. But actually, in
Cool.
that case, I think that would simply be Wave 8, and they would have points, if you will,
Right.
involved into there. That's an interesting way to do it. So you could really have. How many have you guys done any of those yet?
Oh, yes.
How many have you done, and how many partners?
Doing the third one right now.
And the third one, how many partners?
One.
Well, that's,
One of our customers from the IRA did it. The other 2 had 5 partners.
The other 2 have 5 partners.
Each, yep.
So you're saying the one has 4 more slots open, or you're saying it's only one person?
No, one person took the full 90,000.
Well, why wouldn't they do it himself then? I don't understand.
Oh, they
why.
did. They also did one directly with us.
But why would they do one through Wave 8 if they were ponying up the whole
You'd have
amount?
to ask them, Mark, because they found some tax reason why
Oh, okay.
it was
you have to
advantageous
use your
to the
qualified
IRA.
plan. You can't.
They'd
put a
be
qualified
penalized.
plan.
All right, let's take this break real quick. Any questions for these guys? I'd love to hear them, and any problems or issues you have, 303 Martino. We have lines open. Hold on.
This is Joe.
Through the investment property also with depreciation.
Oh, yeah.
And all that.
Big.
Right?
Do you guys ever go into those areas where there is tax incentives? I forget what they're called.
Oh,
Southern
yeah.
zones.
No, we don't. I know what you mean.
They're
But
a little risky. What are they?
Yeah, enterprise zones.
I'm thinking of something else, but same shit.
The same stuff.
Hey, John, are you guys still
Hold on,
going
Doc.
to Cherry Creek?
Yeah.
You know, some retirement planners talk about just different investments. In other words, maybe talk about annuities. What I love about Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies, they put your retirement all together, and they've got a great approach to it. 40 years they've been doing this, and it's a trusted family-owned team approach. It's the father, the son, the son-in-law, and it's very comprehensive. They're going to talk about taxes and health care. They're going to talk about your legacy. Maybe you want to leave a business to somebody. They're going to talk about Medicare and supplements. They're going to talk about insurance and annuities. They're going to talk about long-term care, estate planning. They're going to talk about everything that makes up a proper retirement. You can talk to these guys 100% for free. Sit down, kind of explain when you're going to retire, what you're looking for, and these guys can start guiding the way for you. Check them out at rpcenter.com, rpcenter.com. That's rpcenter.com.
I've been a member there since 2005.
Oh yeah, we were there. My dad lives in Scottsdale now.
He moved down there. Yeah, I remember playing with him in Cassius at some tournament.
Yeah, my son's Cassius, and he's a member there now too. And yeah. Do you go out there much anymore?
Excuse me?
You get out there much anymore?
Mostly on the weekends now. Usually, for a while, I had a girlfriend that was a golf addict, so we played a lot.
Gotcha.
But since that happened, I've been playing more poker than golf, unfortunately.
Yeah, they can't do the poker out there anymore. But
Well, you know,
they
we
used
had
to.
a great game for a while, and then Karen just got, she got spooked for some reason. And I think, the other thing I think of, she was wrongly convinced that somehow she would lose her liquor license. And I think, she didn't want to take a chance on doing that.
Oh, there's a few of those bookies in there that were a little shady.
Well, come on, but it was, I knew Danny pretty well.
Danny did.
He had nothing to do with he would play
I
the
like
poker
Danny,
game.
yeah.
But his bookie business was not related to playing poker at the club.
So, what do you mind me asking me? So what is your property management charge?
They're
Property
10 and
fee?
11%. One's 10. the
Yeah, I
other's
can't go
11.
number
So
two
that's pretty
anymore.
good then, most.
Oh, they're really
Right,
top.
that's
But the other
cool.
thing is, how they're usually 1 month or half a month to get the tenant in.
Yeah.
I've talked them down to $5 because we're giving them a lot of business. $500 flat fee for our customers.
Wow.
That's saving almost $1,000 too.
What's your average time from when somebody buys the property till you get a renter in there?
Yeah, now that's a good question to ask.
Uh-huh.
Okay, out of 100 people, we've had 2 that had to pay their first month mortgage. All the rest had a tenant paying before their first month mortgage had to be paid, other than closing.
Does the owner keep the security deposit, or does that stay with the management company?
Management company.
That's what I thought.
Yeah. And we're all east. We don't usually give the states out, but our 5 states are all on the East Coast.
You couldn't do an LLC though with that all in one, can you?
No, we can do it in trust. We can't. Now off the record, I tell people, a lot of people quit claiming into an LLC.
They'll quit claim.
After it.
Yeah.
We won't.
Well, that doesn't
lend
matter.
into the LLC.
Because you've still made the loan to the person.
But that doesn't make it to where the note can be called.
That's a gray area.
Technically.
So I don't want to go there. 'Cause
Yeah.
it is a gray area, and I don't want to give that advice.
Yeah.
I've helped a few, do that.
But I know I have several clients that do it, but it's just,
But they're also
Usually, there's not many banks who really care if they're getting paid.
unless they're missing payments,
Yeah,
they're
that's
not going to
fair.
dive
they're
in.
usually the right clients that are
They're
they're not.
Well, anytime you get 25%.
Why would you have to even create the LLC though? If you were a sole investor, you wouldn't have to, right? The LLC
Don't
is just
really
if you
have to. I get asked that all the
Protects
time.
your other assets, though, doesn't it? Now,
Well,
Well, that's true. A big slip and fall, or something. Yeah, you would think generally you're going to have insurance for all that stuff.
Yeah, correct. And again, we're so selective on the tenants that who's going to sue you? It's the tenant. A slip and fall, that should be covered by insurance. And then the bad tenant, we had one. We've had one out of 100.
I bet during COVID you had a few.
No, honest to God, our 3 property managers total combined 2% of their about 600 tenants that they managed. They had 2%.
That's incredible.
One was in Colorado Springs. That was a hot
amazing
spot for years for us.
It's amazing what you can pick properties up for in some of those Pennsylvanias or those areas.
Well, yeah, but we're not going there because we have to have a strong economy. We're bigger than just the strong property real estate. We have to have a strong economy, like you said.
Hour from the Trajan Wealth K-House Studios. Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com.
All right, 303-713-8255. We're talking to Barry Miller, and we're also talking to John Clace. We're talking money, retirement. It's pretty interesting stuff, guys. John, where are interest rates now?
They're little north of 6.5.
Are you seeing a lot of people doing pretty much cash outs to pay off credit card? What are you seeing?
They are, because credit card payments off. So we're seeing a lot of people consolidating debt, and their effective rate on all their money is gone. And then when you talk about the all-in-one loan, I mean, I can't really talk rates, but when we go through our simulator and stuff, the people's effective rates, they're typically below 4% for the right client because of the money's in, money's out.
Yeah, well, what's incredible about that product is whatever you have in your checking account offsets whatever's out on that line of credit, if anything's out. I mean, some people, just have the line of credit. The other thing that's interesting is it's simple interest. So you guys aren't front-loading like a lot of people do, like on a traditional mortgage.
Yeah, you look at a traditional mortgage, everybody's seen those amortization schedules. You're paying the bank all interest for the 10, 12 years.
That have, say, a small business where they're cash flowing, I don't know, $100,000 a month or whatever the cash flow is, and then basically they sweep it into that checking account in there and then sweep it back as needed, but that would offset. They might have zero mortgage payment a lot of the year.
We do a lot of small self-employment people that you're right. They'll pay their taxes quarterly or something like that. Money will sit in there, that personal checking account.
Does that money have to be, so let's say I go through you. You guys are the bank, CMG. So I open up a checking account that comes along with this product, the all-in-one, because that's how you access the money, basically that line of credit.
Correct.
And then you have a checking account that offsets it if there's money out. If I had a business, like I'm saying now, could I have my business account there? Would I have to sweep from that account into the account attached to the all-in-one?
Yeah, so our account, we don't do it on commercial, but it has an automatic sweep, which is really what makes it work good. But it's so easy to use. You can do ACH transfers with your business account. So when you go to pay your businesses for tax purposes, you just put the money back in there, pay out the checks. So that stays on the business side, but it's so easy to go in and transfer.
And the part that's really crazy, we're talking about it, but we call it, it's somewhat a liquid loan, but it's a 30-year line of credit. I mean, there's no other, I don't know of any other product. Didn't you tell me it started like in New Zealand or Australia?
Yeah, Australia.
Or Europe.
Macquarie, but it's true 30-year line of credit.
Yeah, true 30-year line. So let's just say it's $1 million house. You have basically, what do you have to be?
Say we go 800,000.
So you have 20%. An $800,000 line of credit that you can feed from all you want.
Yep.
And it actually eats itself, meaning let's say you get laid off for 4 or 5 months and you can't make the payment, but you still have money in there. It'll literally pay itself.
You never actually have to make a mortgage payment unless you're doing. I say it's the last loan you'll ever need as long as you're in that house.
And here's the other thing, though. I think it would be perfect for a lot of people that can't qualify for it. And here's what I mean. I think it's better. Well, you guys do a ton of reverse mortgages, but I guess if you're not at 65, then the reverse, what is it, 59 and a half?
So now we actually, some Colorado, we can go down to 55. 62 is the age
for a reverse mortgage.
For a reverse,
yeah, I guess the benefit. Well, okay, what's the difference? Stell, I'll get to you in a second. I cannot believe what I'm reading. I cannot believe I'm reading another issue with renewal by Anderson. Go ahead.
We used to call it like the reverse before you qualify for a reverse, because like you said, it almost worked. Like I've had clients where they've been in the loan for 3 years. They lost a job. Well, a regular loan will say, you can't make the payment? Hey, I don't care. Pay me.
Start foreclosing.
The money you built up. We'll make that payment for you.
Yeah, basically, let's just say you do it, and you could live there literally forever and not. It is just like a reverse mortgage.
It is, as long as you have that equity built up.
Yeah, as long as you have. In fact, it's better than a reverse for some people because you can tap 80%. On a reverse, you're going to be lucky to tap 50%.
Right, it's just the qualifying is different. Obviously, reverse.
That's where it gets weird because you got to have that cash flow. But a lot of people will qualify because it's not just cash flow or income based. They also look at retirement accounts, other properties. It's asset based.
But we can combine, we can do either asset or income or both. We use income plus assets.
So you can do it any way
to
you
qualify.
Want. Well, that's pretty cool, actually.
It does help. It helps a lot. I do
and you can have 3, you said.
Yeah, for one person. But you really want to make it your primary checking account. So when you get... To do the second or third is because you want to open up equity on investment properties or something like that.
And then on an investment property, though, Barry, really depending on the cash circumstance for the person, it might be better to do a 30-year. You might want the lowest possible payment while you're renting it out.
Maybe, but we have a lot of people, Mark, who are on a 5, 8, and 10-year plan for retirement.
Yeah.
So that then we're turning the make a lot of money with equity, continuing the equity, but in the 4th, 5th, 6th year, buying properties all cash so that they'll have at their retirement time. And then I go with the all-in-one loan because we'll help people get that 30-year, quote, competitive mortgage. Well, if they have it, we'll have that paid off in 8, 10, or 12 years with the all-in-one loan.
And then also, like you, they can make cash offers and get better deals on property sometimes.
Well, if you think on exactly. If you think of the all-in-one, and what John's saying there is like when Suzanne and I go look for property somewhere, we've been looking in Slidell, we've been looking in Florida. Because of the line of credit, I simply go to CMG and say, hey, I'm going to make a cash offer on this house for $1 million. I need a bank letter. So instead of having to go deal with getting finance and stuff, CMG basically says, yeah, he can write you a check for $1 million or whatever the amount is. So, I mean, it is pretty cool. It is like shopping with cash, even if it is a line of credit.
Right.
It's literally cash.
It's cash to them.
And when I say this, there's no scrutiny. They don't care. It is my money.
It's your
I
money.
can go to Vegas right now and, write MGM a check for $1 million and cash it.
You could.
I mean, seriously, it is your money.
Your money.
It's pretty remarkable. I do. Stella, I promise I'm going to come back to you. I just can't believe that there's another issue with renewal by Anderson. For so many years, we had almost no calls ever. In the past 6 weeks to 8 weeks, this will be the third. Hold on.
What do you think? Or have you looked into that?
I think a reverse mortgage is very underutilized. I think it's very good for some.
Well, it's people at that age that qualify now, they're so misinformed because they don't realize the guidelines now in the federal government. Just they're so protected now. But back in the 70s, they did that. But that people that qualify, they just so misinformed.
Here's the next market for somebody who has extra millions of dollars. Those, I have a reverse mortgage.
Talk to Mark. No.
We can't get a second loan on the home because we have a reverse. That sucks. We have 500, 800.
I do hard landing.
Yeah.
I got to knock these out.
Go ahead.
But you're right. I've actually thought about that.
Are you the one that called me on the church in Franktown? No. Okay. Excel Roofing. Oh, man, you want the best roof out there? You want to deal with a contractor or a company that you don't pay a cent to your content? You don't want to go with these door knockers. You don't want to go with any roofer that wants money up front. They can't say that's a custom part. Hell, in most cases, it's a shingle. They can buy them anytime they want. Never pay a roofer up front. And never pay until the job is done. Don't pay a cent until you're content. These guys are also great with working for your insurance company or with your insurance company. They're going to make sure every single thing that is covered is covered. You got a problem with the vents up there? They're going to make sure the insurance company does a new nice roof vent or a fan, whatever it takes. XLRoofing.com. Jay and Henry Bretts, they're great. They run the ship. XLRoofing.com. Homevestors, you guys know who they are? They are WeBuyUglyHouses.com. Yeah, they're not going to offer you what that house would be worth if it was in perfect shape. But if you fix up a house, maybe a hoarder lived there, and you've got to dump in $30,000 or something, you might actually get more by taking a cash offer, because these guys specialize in going in and cleaning it up and getting it ready to sell. And yeah, they're going to make some money on it, but they're the ones fixing it up. They'll give you a great offer. And I always say this, why not get the offer? If you're thinking of selling your house, why not? Why not simply have them come out and say, yeah, we'll write you a check for $400,000 or whatever it happens to be. WeBuyUglyHouses.com. Yeah, free cash offer. I cannot believe another renewal by Anderson. I just can't believe it. We had one where they had a passive solar house, and they couldn't have put a worse window in.
I think I heard that. I mean, but I hear
it was
them on
unbelievable.
It's
totally
they're
screwed
sad.
the people.
They're nuts.
And then another one we just had pictures on the other day where the installation is horrible. It took forever. In fact, every single window they ordered came in the wrong size, so they had to wait longer to get the windows. So when they finally did install them, it's evident it still wasn't a great fit by the curvatures and stuff. The pictures looked horrible. Yeah, there's nothing cheap about the company either. I mean, you don't go to Renewal by Anderson for like cheap shit. You're paying the premium.
Yeah, we actually offer, there's a good product now for some people that have a really good rate on their first mortgage. They do second, reverse mortgage second.
Oh, that's cool.
Oh, we got to talk about that.
That's cool.
You gotta be less than 50%.
Yeah.
But it is cool. So
But if you own the home outright, how would you get into that product?
You can't do it. You gotta have.
Oh, because you wouldn't even have the first, of course.
You could just have to set up a first.
Like 100,000, they got a
million
rate on it. They don't want, they're like, hey, I don't really want to.
And especially if they're into the second half of their 30.
Yeah, well, we can do there's a second reverse now, which you can make a payment or not make a payment, and the rate's like 8.99, decent rate
That's
for
it.
a second,
Yeah, for a second.
But it opens up a lot of equity for
Yeah.
some of those people, and you can go down to 55.
Yeah.
John, so you say you got a checking account. Are you actually also a bank? Or is
So
that
no, that's what we're not a bank, but we have it. So that's where merchants or North Point Bank are.
So
they service it.
Technically, it's North Point
Bank.
Okay.
Yeah, so CMG Home Loans.
But they're the lender.
We lend,
I totally get it.
Warehouse banks and stuff like that.
How many you do a month? $2 billion?
No, the total mortgages throughout the country.
Yeah.
Over $2 billion.
It's crazy. A month.
Yeah. Company is quite large.
Well, that's a big company.
It's a boatload of money.
Yeah, they have the control. But now you're going to wholesaling.
We don't do a lot of as much as
there's a couple companies that are starting. They said they haven't been able to get in for years, and they're getting in. Yeah, through you. No, all in one.
You guys kind of stopped
we
that.
Cut 90% of our off.
There was one. He was right here. It was
Kurt Rogers.
Kurt Rogers.
Oh yeah, Kurt Rogers.
Did you guys cut him off?
Yeah.
There's
a few that were fairly.
He
good
did them for years. I had a lot of people go through.
A few
him.
that were good size that we kept, but most of them we've done. And not yet, but CMG, the Chris George owner, bought a bank, and it's going to be live in about the next 3 or 4 months, and that'll service some of the AIO stuff.
Some of the okay.
But I'll be curious on which brokers you said we're going to get back in.
Yeah, and I'll tell you when I can tell you that.
Online at khout.com.
All right, 303-713-8255. We got some lines open. I'm going to go to Stella with an issue with Renewal by Anderson. And this hour, by the way, is brought to you by Paul the Waterman, the best for less. Suzanne and I got a system from them a couple of years ago. We couldn't be happier. And the reason I'm so happy is it was more than half the price of all the competitions. He's got one out there right now, gets rid of forever chemicals. Those microplastics gone. You're not going to ingest them in your house. Not only that, but it softens the water and it handles the chlorine. Think about that. 3 things under $3,600. The competition you'd be well over $10,000 for. It's an incredible deal. Check them out at waterpros.net. We've been talking to Paul forever about these. Waterpros.net. Now, Stella, what is going on with Renewal by Anderson?
Well, good afternoon. It's good to hear your voice. I might clarify, Renewal by Anderson, they are doing business in the state of Colorado called Window Warmth LLC. So I just wanted to bring that up. But I didn't realize what their reputation was. So back in February, we had a guy come out, give us a sales pitch because we needed new windows. We liked the kid, put down some money for the windows, big mistake maybe. Anyway, so they just came out on Thursday to do the installation. The crew of installators seemed to be competent, but they measured the windows and the gaps on the whole window.
Wait a minute. Wait. Stella,
so,
are you saying not only it's evident if there's a gap, they mismeasured it, but why would they install it if they get there and it's mismeasured? You're saying they still attempted or still did install it?
Yes, and I left them alone because my husband was at work, and he came home and we went out to see how things were going, noticed the gap, and the installers, I don't know where they're from, but not locally, I don't think. He said that this is their setup. They order windows for people. They have to make them work. They put them in no matter how hodgepodge they are. And he goes, most consumers don't pay attention like we do. He goes, we put them in, fill them with foam. That's just how this company works. They got to put them in no matter what.
How does it look? I mean, if you sent me pictures, I mean, would I have to really zoom in to see that there's...
Oh, no, not at all. No.
Do you have any pictures of it?
Yes, sir. I took tons of pictures. I took before they started the install, and...
what do they say now when you call up and go, hey, this looks horrible?
You know what? Supposedly the supervisor of the installers came out. Well, anyway, let me back up. So the night before, my husband called him. They got into he was so caustic towards my husband, who, by the way, is used to dealing with people like this, being in the military. The guy was so caustic, wanted to blame everything but the measure. Then he set up a time. He came out yesterday.
Well, wait a minute, Stella. What else would he blame besides the measurement? Is he alluding to the fact you guys did something wrong?
He says our windows are out of square.
Okay.
And I'll send you the pictures. I'm happy to, because you would be shocked.
Yeah, I want to see them. In fact, let me put you on hold just because where I'm at in the show. Get those over to help@troubleshooter.com. Kelly's going to pick up and tell you how to get them to him. Kelly, send them to me and send them to Nick Gravina as well. I want to get his take on it. 303, I can't believe, and this is the same thing, isn't it, D?
Yeah, you know, the gentleman who called a week or two ago with a $70,000 project by renewal by
7
Anderson,
windows.
It was
not measured.
Said, yeah, and I'm just wondering how does somebody go about mismeasuring a window? I mean,
and then they blame the hole. I mean, apparently the window that was in there before looked good.
Yeah.
And now all of a sudden it's the problem with the hole or the house, which seems absurd.
And when you measure the hole, you know, you just go X by Y in inches or centimeters, right? Depending on which system. And my theory, maybe they're using the metric system when they should be using the American one. I don't know, but
it's possible.
You think you only have one thing you to do, right?
Yeah,
you only have one job.
Yeah.
Measure X and measure Y and put it down on paper.
Doc?
Did she pay by credit card so she can put a hold on it and dispute the charge?
I would assume it's $70,000 plus. I doubt they take a credit card, but we'll ask her. Hold tight.
Now, Impact Traffic. This report is sponsored by Rapid Radios.
We're now at 12 hours with this semi-truck crash on I-70 westbound at Airport Road. At 12:30 a.m., the truck carrying cartons of eggs hit a pillar for an electronic traffic sign. You're getting past it over on the left lane only as crews test the integrity of the sign and get everything cleared up. In Boulder, watch for an accident on Smoky Hill Road at Aurora Parkway. With traffic, I'm Cynthia Vale.
Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies offering national LTE coverage and no subscription ever. Business owners can now keep in touch with up to 200 staff members at one time. Go to rapidradios.com now for up to 60% off and free shipping.
I want to tell you about Denver Regen. My journey's been unbelievable. Check it out. Over 30 pounds in 5 months. I don't think of food. In fact, on Pizza Fridays here, I haven't had pizza on Friday. I just could care less about it now. I don't think of ice cream. I don't think of any of that stuff. It sounds a little odd, but sometimes I got to remind myself, I got to get some nutrients. But there's no side effects that I've dealt with. I know some people, a very small percentage, have them. But right now, Denver Regen, listen to this, first month, 50% off these diet drugs, 50% off. What does that mean? That means $150 to get started on this, and basically that includes all the doctor's visits, all the medication. It includes everything, all the follow-up, and after that it's $300 a month, or actually $295. So $150 now, first month, and then going forward only $295. I've got about another month to go. I said to myself, I'm going to do 6 months. So really, join me. You want to lose that last 20 or 30 pounds, or you want to lose that first 100? The stuff is amazing. No food noise. DenverRegen.com. That's DenverRegen.com. Gravinas. In fact, we might have Nick Gravina on to look at these pictures of what's going on with Renewal by Anderson. But here's the bottom line. They have 20 different manufacturers. Unlike some companies, like what we're talking about on the show, they only push one, them. These guys at Gravinas have, listen to this, 20 manufacturers, 200 lines of windows. Of course, they have beautiful entry doors. They have siding. You name it, for the outside of your house, you're going to love these guys. Update that house. It's been a long time. Really, a lot of people go 20, 30 years. If you're living in that home and you want it looking great, these are your guys. Check them out at GravinaWindows.com. GravinaWindows.com. Here's one person on the referral list I've never used, and I'm glad, but if I ever did have to use him, I'd call him Joseph A. Lazara. He's a criminal defense attorney. I'm going to give you his number multiple times at the end because I want it in your phone. You get popped with a DUI, maybe you're up against an assault charge, shoplifting, domestic violence, murder. It doesn't matter what you're accused of. There's generally only two things going on. One, you're guilty, and you need someone that can cut the best possible deal. That's Joe Lazara. He knows the judges. He knows all the people in the DA's office. They all respect him, and he's going to get you the best deal possible if you're guilty. If you're innocent, he can get up in front of a jury of your peers and argue better than anybody in the world why you're innocent. Put this number in your phone, 303-429-6200. Joe Lazara, 303-429-6200.
We're definitely going to be late to the concert. I feel like we should be there.
So Renewal by Anderson is just marketing? No, they actually the window.
Well, it says, say that again? No, I think Renewal by Anderson, I think they're the manufacturer too.
They say
Renewal was a bunch of franchises, but
they say they're the manufacturer.
Well, maybe in different states.
Yeah, right. But they say they're the manufacturer.
Window warranty DBA, Renewal by Anderson, Denver and Colorado Springs.
So according to the AI overview, Renewal by Anderson franchises are independently owned and operated. The Renewal by Anderson is a franchise of Anderson Windows.
So Anderson's the manufacturer.
Anderson Windows is the manufacturer, and then Renewal is the
Then they have all these, yeah.
Want me to try to get Nick on the phone? Yeah, it's probably not.
There's the jet. Look.
I potted her.
On the outside, it looks like just a normal 747. It's the inside that's incredible. I mean, you can't do much to the outside of an airplane.
You're right. You better not.
So who built that plane? Because there's not that many.
I think it's Boeing.
I think it was it's Boeing.
Well, if it's a 747, it's got to be
Gotta
Boeing.
be. You're right.
I mean, the manufacturer? Yeah, of course. 100%.
Yeah, but did we get the... oh, here they are. Did you send them to him? Yeah, please. Oh, man. There's no way they have a gap that big. That can't be possible. Oh, my God.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
Oh, even worse.
These are unbelievable.
Oh, they're the pictures?
You can't fill that gap. Well, yeah, with
well,
you need a lot of foam. Holy shoot! Look at that. This almost seems like it's a joke.
Yeah, they're large.
Almost big as that.
Well,
How could they even leave and it's this bad? Like, literally.
The other one is leaving.
Oh, jeez, look at that daylight.
And I really
That might be the worst window job. I don't care who they are. Who the hell would leave when that? Who would even try to install that?
Needs more product, but there are go.
Oh my
for the
God! I
regular
mean,
loan.
it would
But
snow
I said,
in there.
we'll lose money because when those rates come down, I'm going to the all-in-one.
That's
I've
look at that.
I've done it for decades.
It's like it's not even close.
So then this other client said, "Well, meet this guy." And I met this guy.
Someone's measuring tape is incorrect.
Yeah. No.
On my way to work in the morning.
And wherever you go.
On my phone when I'm walking the dogs.
It's now easier than ever. You can now set Denver's talk station as a preset.
Awesome, doing it now.
On the free iHeartRadio app.
Okay, listen, I have seen bad window installations. Over the years, we have seen plenty of pictures, but what I am looking at right now is absolutely, possibly, the worst installation I have ever seen of windows. It's crazy. There is gaps that aren't just gaps. They're like maybe an inch to an inch and a half. There's places where they have so much foam. If the foam wasn't there, there could easily be 4 or 5 inches of gaps on these Renewal by Andersen windows. This is so unacceptable. I'm dying to know what they're even thinking about. Where does it stand, Stella? Are they refusing?
Well,
I mean, there's no way you can tell me that this is acceptable or they find it acceptable.
Well, yes, the supervisor who came out, who was a bully, told me that they were installed properly, that my windows were out of square, and he was shaking his tape measure at me, and I said, that's on your measure for not catching that. And I said, plus my windows aren't out of square because the other
I don't even know why
perfectly.
that would be that big of a deal. I mean, they would be able to square them up when they're installing the new ones, I would assume. But here's what's getting me. And please don't BS me. The pictures you sent, that is how those windows sit right now. They haven't done anything since then. If I went out and looked at it right now, it looks like that.
It does not, and I'll tell you why.
Okay.
Because this supervisor named Jesse, they came on Thursday. They left them open overnight, like I just sent you pictures, and then Friday they came out and the guy said, we are supposed to seal them in because we're going to get bad weather. And I said, if you seal them in, that does not mean I'm accepting them. I want them replaced because they are not fitting properly. He goes, no, we want to make sure you don't have damage from rain or snow. And I said, well, just so you know,
I don't think that's bad. I don't think that's bad. But hold on a second here. Hey, Nick, I am right up against the time. This is Nick Ravina. Did you get those pictures?
Yes, I'm looking at them right now.
What the hell? I mean, is that even close? Some of those gaps I see, like I could put my hand outside. Is there any way to take a window with those kind of gaps and properly install them? I've got to put you on hold, though, Nick. I mean, we can call you back after the break. Stella, hold tight. Mike's got a question on small claims. 303-713-8255. Yet another issue with Renewal by Andersen.
It's Jeff Jr. from Trajan Wealth, and I've got something important to talk to you about.
These pictures are just... Yeah, come look at this.
I mean, I had a remodeling company for 4 years. Oh, wow.
Look at that. That's like that.
Why would you even put them in when you're installing?
They're not. What are you going to do though? Put
The
foam?
first two were really go back to that.
You gotta have the old windows though. But I mean, wouldn't you think there and take them out and put the old ones
Show
back
them
in?
with her hand, Mark.
Yeah, I will. Hold on.
That's
Here's the outside. Look at this gap. I've never seen it's such a horrible. That's 3 fingers. Look at that. Why would they put them in?
You would think.
Look at this.
I did something wrong and put the old one.
I mean, they mismeasured that by 6 inches. How is that even possible?
I would say it's not. They whatever.
And then they just install them? I would smack around my installers.
exactly.
Yeah.
Hey, Mark, you're my computer genius.
What do you got?
I have a question for you. Is there a way to get the print on the chat enlarged, have a different font?
So you can read it better?
Yeah.
Well, you could do that to the whole thing, not just the chat. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah.
Doc? Or actually, let me see your laptop. Hold on a sec. I got an idea for you. This might work even better. You look at it in a different view. So in other words,
We're starting to do a lot of the.
no, hold on.
What are the kind of loans they call them?
I always think yours is such.
People, but you don't do those. So no fix-up cost. Oh, that's nice.
Yeah. We look for
How about
primo properties that
If you did
have
this,
less than $7,500 of known potential deferred maintenance for the next 2 to 3 years while they own it. So our guys go, and they're guys right now adding a woman, buyer agent. They'll go and they do a pre-inspection. They send us pictures of the hot water heater, the heat pump, the furnace, air conditioner, depending what kind, and so that we know the age of that. And the roof cannot be more than 18 years old. We won't look at the house.
So you're making most of your money just being the agent on it.
Well, we get a 50% referral fee. We're not the agent.
You're not, but you're calling people in that area.
I send them to my brokerage firm. My brokerage firm refers them to an agent. We've done. We've handed them a silver platter, and the directions to buy the home. The parameters are always the same.
And then they find you property.
They find the property, send it to us. We check it out financially, and we have 4 hours to do that. That's all we give ourselves. And then but the customer's waiting. They're waiting in line for the next
You have
property.
them already pre-approved, yeah.
They're way approved. Oh, well, we've sent them out by name who they are.
You use the same 1031 exchange company then for all your stuff?
Yeah, well, I have 2. I'm leaning to 1031X. I don't know if you know them. I like them. And then IPX,
Okay,
1031. They're very good.
now
also.
you can make it to the whole thing's
Right.
bigger.
Right.
I tried to
That's-
listen to because we got
Then
investment properties.
it'd be
I'm like,
harder.
how that AIO would work on a 1031 exchange. I don't know with the equity.
Mark.
Yeah, Mom.
I'm doing a seminar, a webinar on Saturday.
Okay.
Now, Tom may be involved, but I'm not saying that because I'm on the health side of.
Yeah.
We're not doing it, Tom. If your part's not going to be done, Pat's going to fill in, and so I'm not.
Yeah.
Doing much on that. I'm sending a little note to you on that, if you don't mind this hour to talk about that. You okay with that?
Yeah, of course. The worst record in baseball. Yeah, a lot of talent. They're the worst in the entire country.
What's sad I heard the other day, because they kept their GM and all that, but the Rockies have never hired anyone outside of their organization.
Yeah.
They've never brought in a baseball guy.
That's probably what they need to.
That's what they do. Last year I had a former Rockies working for me. He was with them 5 years. But he wouldn't say anything bad.
Player guy.
Player. What it is, the players, I mean, they want to win. And they were, oh, Mr. the owner. They just wanted their contract and then win. So they wouldn't respond. I said, you need a new owner. They're retired now. He's retired. But he's a known name player. He's a known commodity with them.
I cannot get over these windows.
Those windows. That's obscene.
It is obscene. That is a good word for it.
It's obscene. I mean, we tore a wall down 40 foot long that had a little half-inch waver in it. We tore 20 feet down because it wasn't straight enough. Half inch in 20 feet.
Tim, send me that link, bro. Soon as the break's over, I'm not going to be able to do it, Jack. I attempted. The YouTubers want pictures of it, but they're incredible. It's the worst damn installation I've ever seen. If it does rain, their house is going to be flooded.
Yeah.
I mean, it's crazy.
That's.
I wouldn't pay a nickel, although they probably did it through financing. I wonder if they haven't signed off on it.
That's a good question. Oh, animals coming in that one. Those holes. Do you have time at 2? At 2 o'clock? A couple minutes. Yeah.
Tim, it's not going to happen then, bro. You're telling me to remember a folder I set up on the fly a month ago or whenever it was? Never going to happen. You want to set one up to where you can send me links when we have stuff like this? I'd be happy to do it, but I'm not going to. I just can't do that during the show, man. If Tom was on, then I could possibly do it, but in the future, that's crazy. Why don't you create some kind of link?
Keep listening to win on 630 KHOW.
Yeah. Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Welcome, my friends, to the only show of its kind. We are here to solve problems, answer questions, take complaints. You know, we have a YouTube channel, and I just decided something. I don't care what I have to do. If I got to literally just take back control of the video, I got to be able to post pictures. And right now, I cannot post pictures. I want the entire world to see how bad this installation job is. But now, I'm going to go to one of our experts in Windows, Nick Gravina. And Nick, I think you got to look at him by now. Am I missing something? Or would any installer, like, literally leave that job? I mean, please, tell me what you make of it. I've never seen anything so crazy.
I mean, I definitely think they're short. Measuring trapezoids and stuff like that can be tricky. The outside is pretty deceiving. I'd like to know a little bit more about what was in there. I'd assume maybe some brick mold, maybe. But, a lot of them look, shorter than,
It looks like some of them look like they're possibly 4 or 5 inches short.
Right, yeah.
I mean, is there any way to install that, or do you got to reorder at that point? I mean, is there any way that Renewal can salvage this?
I mean, they could trim them. I still think that they're short. I mean, any window can be trimmed, but how ugly does it look at the end of the day, and they really got kind of shorted by, quite a few inches on some of them. I'd be more than happy to go out there and take a look, too, because I do think, they should be tighter than what they show in these pictures.
Hey, where are you located? Where is this house, Stella?
I'm in Peyton, Colorado.
For the life of me.
Kind of east of Colorado Springs.
Yeah, that's pretty far, Nick. That's insanely far.
I know. The last 3 of them have been kind of out everywhere, kind of out in the...
Yeah, they never say the tech center, do they? Or Lakewood.
Right.
Yeah,
right.
It's like, yeah, we're in Durango.
Oh gosh, yeah, that's ways.
No, we're not in Durango. Nick, I mean, that's up to you. Do you got anybody you'd want to send out there? I mean, that is a very far deal. It's just, that's completely up to you, man.
Do
Well,
you
let
have
me just
pictures of what
interject
existed
this.
originally?
Hold on,
They thought they were gonna...
Stella.
Oh, sorry.
Stella, hold on. Go ahead, ask her, Nick.
Do you have any pictures of what existed originally?
Yes, windows that were put in when we built that sunroom, and they were tight. I do have a video that I took the night before, and I can tell you there was no huge gaps like what Anderson's crew created.
What material was the original ones that they tore out?
Well, I don't know if I can tell you truthfully. Kind of a metal black on the outside with a screen.
Okay.
And they were side windows.
But you have pictures of that, right, Stella?
I do have a video of how it looked before they took the windows out.
Okay.
Yeah, I would like to see what was in there to help me, because on the outside, it could have had some brick mold, which makes that look, worse than it really is. But it's kind of nice to have all the information. But I do think they definitely made some of them very, very short.
Well, I'm looking at one here.
yes.
There's foam next to it. If you take the foam out, I'd say it's a 3 to 4 inch gap up against the stucco or whatever that is.
Yes.
Right, and brick mold usually takes up about 2 inches of that.
Did you have brick?
No,
brick
it's
mold.
just we
It's a
we
trim.
had some sort of cheap siding, and we decided to stucco our house. So the pre-existing windows were in when we stuccoed the house, and so they put those blocks kind of around the windows to just make it look fancier.
I guess really the
so no.
question, the question for me, and we'll get you that video if Stella can figure out how to get to me through maybe Gmail or a link or a Drive link or something or a Dropbox, but I'll get that over to you, Nick. But really the question is, they're basically blaming the windows, or not, I'm sorry, they're actually blaming the hole or the framing. What exactly did they tell you, Stella?
Well, the supervisor of the installers came out with his tape measure and tried to tell me that because the top windows were a little different, there was no way they were ever going to fit good. And then he tried to tell me that the window was out of square and they would never fit properly. So everything was the house's fault and not their measure or guide.
And Nick, I'm just curious. Industry standard. Let's just talk about that right now. If you came out, is this industry standard? I understand there's things they can do to fix the job without reordering or not. I mean, I don't know. That's what I'm asking you. Where would you guys stand on this at this point?
I mean, I probably wouldn't be too happy with my measure tech at this point. Again, we would have, probably try to address the things that they said after the fact if we thought that they were completely goofy.
Yeah.
We would have brought that up at the measure and saying, hey, these are squirrely. We're going to do our best to get these, to line up.
You start prepping.
We try to measure for square. Most windows are out of square, but how extreme? I'd say anything, probably bigger than a half inch probably should be addressed.
Yeah, I mean, how much is over a half inch there, Stella? I mean, how many windows? Every one?
Well, we had three. We had. Hold on, let me recount.
Is really your
4,
problem
5, 6,
those
7,
top
8,
2
9.
ones, the triangular ones? Is that your main problem?
No, it's all of them. All of them that they stuff with foam, and foam disintegrates because there's so much dang foam in there.
How would you, if you had no choice but to fix those, Nick, how would you actually fix those gaps? You would foam and then possibly put like like a border around made of another material to hide the gap to make it all look even? Or what is the fix if they refuse to redo them?
I mean, I think they use a lot of trim coil, which we use a lot of trim coil as well. I mean, that's kind of an industry thing, so you can kind of bend it whatever you need. It's out of aluminum. Usually matches the window.
Got it.
So on the outside, I'm sure they would finish it with an aluminum trim coil, and I would do the same thing. Again, I'd probably like them to be a little bit bigger, but and then the inside, they probably have some type of a flat stock they can use as a frame expander.
So they should be able to make these look acceptable and efficient.
Right. Yeah, I don't think the efficiency, I don't think there's doing anything with the efficiency. If they insulate them and they trim and caulk them in and out, I don't think the efficiency is any different depending on the size. I think it's just more of the aesthetic at the end of the day.
Hey, Stella, if they can make them look good, I mean, this is our window expert. He's saying, you should probably allow them to do that. But let me ask you something. Where are you in payment? Did you pay for them? Are you financing them? Where are we?
No. We gave them $14,000 down and owe them $28,000.
And they're trying to collect that before they finish, or where are they at?
Well, they did. Yes, sir. The installer, told me that he needed a check, and I said, there's no way, because we're still waiting on our French door to be installed, which, by the way, is the wrong door, but the guy tried to tell me they were going to put it in anyway. And the finishing wood that they brought out for the inside is not even wide enough to fill the gaps. So we may have to just hire a finishing carpenter to do that. So they didn't put our French door in.
Did you write them the $28,000 check?
Oh, no. We gave them the deposit when they were here in
That's
February
all you've paid
of
is $14,000.
Yes.
Are they
Yes,
threatening
sir.
to come after you now? What are they saying? Or they're not even talking about that yet?
No, I can't get them. I got on the Secretary of State's website to figure out where this window warmth place was and who owned it. I got a hold of the right office, and their supervisor was supposed to call me back today, and I haven't heard anything.
Hey, Nick, that's a whole separate thing. I don't know if you know this or not, but when I look up window warmth, it basically says a DBA is Anderson. I mean, is that? I don't even know how their model works. Is Renewal the manufacturer? Then everybody else, all the installers, are like local install people around the country? Because when I've seen their infomercials like on Saturday morning, and I always thought their main thing was, you're dealing with the same people. You're dealing with the manufacturer. They're also the installers or everything. I don't understand their business model. Do you know anything about it?
I mean, I think, they're fairly correct in that. Renewal by Anderson does make the windows. I mean, it's an Anderson window for sure.
Got it.
Everything I understand, they are kind of independently owned across states.
Okay.
So it's kind of like a franchise.
Yeah, this one says Window Warmth LLC, DBA, Renewal by Anderson, Denver and Colorado Springs. So I assume whoever owns that territory, and that's, that is Anderson's local dealer for Colorado Springs and Denver.
Right, and I think that's that same one we've dealt with before as well.
What do you think? I don't want you I'm just so curious. When I have a company that I have not heard any issues from forever, that now all of a sudden everybody that calls me on Anderson, I wonder if someone sold that franchise. I wonder if there's new ownership. In my opinion, these guys really, something changed. I don't know what changed, with the exception now, all I get is complaints on these guys. It's phenomenal, actually. We just never had a complaint on them for years and years. It's like Champion Windows. For years and years and years, we never had a complaint. And if we did get a complaint, and it did happen occasionally, I guess, maybe once a year, we would contact the right person, and it would be handled every time. I mean, and I'll tell you what happened. In my opinion, they went to hell. Champion went to total hell. They sold. And there's a new way of looking at that company. I don't even think they build the windows in Colorado anymore, but they went to hell, in my opinion. They're horrible. Although I will say this, they seem to be getting a little better because the complaints have slowed down. But now all of a sudden it's Renewal. I just don't get it. I'm going to get you that video. Where would you go from here, Nick? I mean, let's pretend you're Stella and you haven't paid the other $28,000. It looks the way it looks. You're looking at it, and the door came in the wrong size. My God. I mean, Stella, my gut says you got to give them an opportunity to finish the job. The one good thing I will say is Nick made me feel better that even though they're this short, they should still be able to make it look like a good, clean install if they do it properly. Right, Nick?
Yeah, again, I think it's making them work. So, I still don't mind going down there. I would love to see what was coming out. I really don't like some of these, like the flashing. Seems like it's not tapping correctly.
I'd love it if you went down. I'll just leave it at that. I'd absolutely love it.
Yeah, and then I can maybe talk to her.
Stella, are you there all the time or what? Is that your primary residence?
Yes, it's primary residence, and so yes, I would love to have you come down, and I'm not going to have them do any work until you. Well, they won't even call me back.
Well,
so
the one thing I somewhat disagree on you with those gaps right there. I mean, if it rains, I mean you can get some damage going, and if they offered to come down and seal it up, whether temporarily or not.
It sounds like they did in anticipation of bad weather.
Yeah.
They kind of covered up the big gaps, didn't they, Stella?
So the big gaps are covered up.
And I sent you a picture. I just went out and took another picture of what the outside now looks like.
Hey, send that to me.
And the inside, how it looks.
So does it look weathertight for now?
I'd have them try to finish one window that you think is the worst, and so then we can, you can have the visual of what it would look like.
When do you think you can get down there, Nick?
Probably later this week.
That's awesome. Stella, hold on. Let me put you both on hold. By the way, that's Nick Ravina. He's running the ship down there from his dad, Larry. I think Larry moved to Florida. Nick's running in and out. It's a family-trusted name in windows and siding and doors forever. In Colorado. They've been on a referral list for a long time. And I appreciate Nick going down there. You can check him out too at gravinawindows.com. Here's what I really love about him, and I say it in his commercials all the time. Most window companies like this one, Renewal by Andersen, they have one window they're trying to sell. That's what they sell. That's it. They're the manufacturer and they're franchisees. That's all they can sell from my understanding. But Nick Gravina has 20 different lines of windows. 20 different manufacturers with 200 lines of windows. So whether it's a fix and flip or a $10 million house in Vail, they've got everything you possibly need. GravinaWindows.com. Kelly, make sure Nick gets Stella's number to reach out. And Nick, I am looking really forward to your assessment in the days coming. Flex Seal. Chopper says, use flex tape. All right, John Fuller, Fuller Law. If you've been hurt in an accident, you want to deal with an attorney instead of, the secretary or the paralegal or anybody else. You want to deal directly with the attorney. That's John Fuller. In fact, I've used him twice. Both times he got me max. 100% policy limits on both cases. I couldn't have got a better attorney anywhere. And on top of that, then he negotiated down things like the ambulance bill and some of the ER procedures. Think of that. He negotiated that down to put more money in my pocket. John Fuller, you can go to callfuller.com, or you can also put this phone number in your phone in case you are in an accident. You ready for it? 303-597-4500. John Fuller, Fuller Law, 303-597-4500. Let's talk about Denver Regen. Oh, my goodness. Guess what? 35 pounds in about 5 months. I'm going to be done in a month. Hopefully, I'm right where I want to be, around 40 pounds lost. But these diet drugs are unbelievable. And Denver Regen, they got the secret sauce. They went to a compounding pharmacy, and you can get trizepatide or semaglutide. Boy, I'm horrible at saying those, but either of them at a discount price. In fact, right now, in the month of May, if you sign up this month, the first month is half price. That's only $150. So for $150, you get started. That includes all the medication. That includes the doctor's visits, the follow-ups. It includes everything. You're all in for $150 first month, and then after that, $295 a month. Think of the money you save on food. Think about it, and I'm not kidding. The food noise goes away and you feel full. It's an incredible weight loss experience. DenverRegen.com. I wonder if they did sell, guys. I wonder.
Oh, I bet they did.
That's how it happens.
Oh, I bet they did.
Something happened.
Barry, you guys mostly single-family homes? Mostly single-family homes?
Almost all.
Yeah.
Almost all.
There's more pictures. Let's see.
That is, I can see, though, how they can make them look good with stuff they can do.
Yeah, you kind of just center them, and then you're going to have like a molding.
But it's still better to have a properly sized window. Right?
Yeah, easily, but I mean...
I didn't know it was that hard to get the right size.
Yeah, I didn't either. I mean,
You have a measuring tape, and then you have a factory.
It really is
That's
remarkable
really
how crazy they look.
What's
I
the-
actually feel better after Nick was like, I wish they were bigger, but when he gets out there and really looks at the job.
Show that to Mark.
What is it?
And where was this at?
That's in North Carolina.
349,000.
That's what it's worth now. They paid $285 for it.
Nice.
A little over a year ago.
They got a renter in there?
Yeah, within days.
What's it, like 2,500?
That's 2,300. No basement.
Can you think of the kids that live in Colorado. They can't even get into a house.
Oh no, I know.
It's
sad.
That's
It is
600
bad.
plus thousand.
It is bad.
I go and visit the markets. I mean, my son took that picture, and a few of the inside.
North Carolina's a big state. A lot of jobs.
A lot of jobs. Oh. Oof. We're putting together a collage of the houses, but that's just one. We have others that are one-story, beautiful brick. And good neighborhoods, all that stuff.
It's really crazy how we have just priced everybody out here. I mean, it's good if you've had property here forever.
Yeah.
But it is. It's like, when does it just fall apart?
I don't know when it's like 08. When's 08 going to hit again? You realize in Red Hawk, I lived in Red Hawk, right on the golf course there in Castle Rock, 08, 09. Every 4th or 5th home was basically in foreclosure.
Foreclosure.
Everybody was upside down.
Absolutely.
Too.
It was nuts.
You couldn't even do a short sale because you had no money to come with.
Not enough to come with.
And then all the banks were screwing people left and right, saying that they could get into, what do you call it? A deferred payment.
Put that interest on, man. Pays for the next 100 years.
Well, negative AM and all that. Discount.
And then people didn't realize how, a foreclosure on your credit report, you're better off having a bankruptcy as far as credit because it's going to come back quicker. You're going to be able to get a credit card in about a year. On a foreclosure,
7.
I don't think so.
7.
Yeah.
Typically. I had one. I lost a couple in short sales. Didn't matter. I mean, I cover. It didn't matter. But,
yeah.
But it does matter to some.
Whoa. You ever do any studies on like these consumer cellulars and all this stuff?
K-House Studios. Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com. Denver's talk station, 630 K-How.
Boy, I really would like to know if something has changed. If you're in that industry and you know if Renewal by Anderson, or what was the other name for them, a Window Warmth, have they changed owners? What has happened? How do you go from 0 complaints for years to 3 in 6 or 8 weeks? And it seems to be sizing issues and then just the wrong windows. We had a passive solar house that they literally put the worst windows you could ever imagine on it that are horrible for a passive solar house. It's just nuts, but it seems to be every week now. I would love to know what's going on. If you know, help at troubleshooter.com, help at troubleshooter.com. And you could remain anonymous, but let us know. Something's going on here. Thank goodness for Nick Gravina. He's going to go out and look at it and get back with some real information. It's just, it really is bonkers. Mike, what's your question on small claims?
Yeah, Mark, you there?
Yeah, man. What's your question?
Hey, is there a time limit? I have an issue with a company. We had some work done and they didn't finish back in May of 22.
Oh my God, 22.
What's the limit of, yeah.
Wow. I think you would still be good under, is it 3 years? Is it past 3 years?
May 31st of 22. So yeah, the end of this May would be 3 years.
Hold on, man. You're making me ask AI here. I think it's 3 years, but I want to verify that. But while I'm looking that up, let me ask you this. What didn't they finish, and why'd you wait 3 years?
So I was going to do my rear patio, doing that polyaspartic by, It wasn't Garage Kings. It was
somebody
Garage
else.
Magic.
Yep. Is that the contractor, by the way?
That Garage Magic was the contractor.
Yeah, I think they went out of business, didn't they? They stuck a few
did.
people.
Yep, paid them half down. They came out, put the wrong size product down. I wanted 1-inch flake instead of 1/4-inch flake.
Yeah.
Came out, did that first layer. They went to lunch. My wife sent me pictures.
Yeah,
that's the wrong flake.
Yeah, you're good. It's 4 years actually. Wait. A breach of contract. 4 years for written contracts and 2 years for verbal contracts. So it sounds like you're fine if you have a written contract. But I'm a little curious here. If they're out of business, I thought they went bankrupt.
That's the issue. So,
well, if they went bankrupt,
on my credit card statement.
Go ahead.
On my credit card statement, it's Garage Kings.
Well, they had a garage. So Garage Kings is like a franchise, like McDonald's. So basically, there was someone that owned it, and then they sold it to somebody else. And at one point, the guy on Elite Garage Doors, who's on our referral list, he actually owned Garage Kings, and he bought it or picked up that franchise from the guy that basically went bankrupt, the guy you're talking about. So it still doesn't matter. Garage Magic is out of business. I don't even know who you would sue.
Yeah, and there is on our credit card statement, there's a 970 number that I called about a year ago.
Yeah.
Talked to some guy named John. He's in Florida.
Yeah. What did he say?
By the way, he goes, "Oh yeah, I know Tom. I've talked to Tom 100 times." Like, okay, I'm sure you did, but
well, he probably did because there was a certain point I was getting Garage Magic complaints like every week, man. It was exactly what you said. And see, this is why I'm going to say this again. I don't care if they're on a referral list or not. There's one thing I am going to say, unless if it's custom, don't pay anything up front. This guy with Garage Magic was taking like 50% down, and he basically didn't finish jobs. He took the money and went bankrupt. I mean, it is what it is. That's what happened. I'm sure he went out of business. I don't think like he attempted I don't think he was like, I don't think he set up it like a scheme. I just don't think he knew how to run his business at all. And the freaking guy went bankrupt and stuck a bunch of people. But don't pay up front. I don't care what it is. Why? Just curiosity. Why did you pay up front?
That's just it. That's what his policy was. And, since I got them off referral list, I'm like, all right, well, I know you guys say don't pay up front, but. Yeah,
I know. I just don't pay up front.
Did.
I simply don't. And I know some members of our referral list do it, and Garage Magic is a perfect example. To be very straight up, I never liked them. I didn't understand why they were on there, but that at the time, I didn't say anything, but I didn't like them. I know that guy from another business that he did. I'm not going to say like he was ripping people off, but I just don't like the guy. So that's that. But it's too late. It's too late. And they did go bankrupt. I don't think he was stealing money on purpose or anything. I just think the guy doesn't know how to run a company straight up, just has no clue.
Hey, Mike.
And that's what I heard that John guy said the same thing. He goes,
Mike, how much?
A manager ran the business to the ground.
Yeah. Mike, how much do you claim they still owe you?
Well, they owe me $2,038.
And you never had the job done, did you?
It sounds like it was unfinished.
Yeah, they came down, they did the concrete scrape, sanding down.
Yeah.
They put a first layer down, threw the flake down, went to lunch. Came back and said, well, that's the wrong size flake. They said they'll order the flake, come back and redo it, and then just timing-wise, and then it got into, fall and winter. It was too cold. So the following spring they were going to do it, and timing again, and then in May they were out of business.
Yeah, it sucked, man. I mean, I must have taken 15 calls, exactly what he's saying. They took half the money up. Now, some of it, right before the end, I did get a bunch of people refunded their deposit, and the guy simply ran out of cash. I mean, that's kind of first come, first serve is how the refunds worked.
Yeah.
Mike, were you listed as a creditor in their bankruptcy filing? Do you remember getting all those letters from the U.S. Bankruptcy Court?
I don't think...
No, we never received anything like that.
I don't think anybody forced them into bankruptcy. I think they just shut down.
Oh, so it wasn't a bankruptcy. They just went out of business.
They just went out of business. No one forced the fact or created a lawsuit to where they actually had to file. So, I mean, everybody was like, in his case, $2,500. It was all right around there. Although I wish that did happen. I really do wish that happened. But yeah, man, I'm sorry. There's not
better off for us.
Yeah, there's not much else I can tell you. Did you ever call TJ up and see if he would come out and cut you a hell of a deal getting it fixed if you haven't done it?
We haven't done it yet. There was a company that came out, I think it was maybe Rock Solid or Solid Rock, something.
I'm going to tell you the guy to use, man. I'm going to tell you the guy to use.
They were going to take over their...
Yeah, I don't care who it is.
Yeah, they're going to take over their stuff and get payment from like old equipment or something.
Yeah.
But still charge us like another $4,000. It's like, well, the whole bill was only $40.
Yeah, so it makes no sense. Listen, I want you to call TJ up. I have known this guy personally and his wife for coming on 10 years. He's an avid listener. He has done my patio. He has done my garage floor. And I'm going to tell you something. About 4 years after he did my patio, some cracks came out. He was at my house about a month ago and totally resanded and totally refinished, completely under warranty. And you will not pay him a nickel until he is done and you like the job. He doesn't ask for any money up front. He does a great job. I now know the product personally because I've used him twice. And the patio is kind of weird because it's outside and we live in Franktown. But the thing is great in the weather. But 720-939-2448. 720-939-2448. And by the way, tell him, and I'm talking just to you, Mike, tell him, basically, you were part of that whole Garage Magic because he hated that guy. And see, maybe he will hook you up at a discount price. Let me know how that goes, would you please?
Should it be worth it me doing small claims or not?
No, there's nothing to go after.
There's nothing to go after.
There's nothing to go after.
Well, that sucks.
It does suck.
But
all right, man.
All right, yeah, I'll get a hold of TJ. Thanks, Mark.
Thanks, man. Let's take a quick break before Dragon strangles me.
It looks like they bought Colorado in 2010, but I can't find out.
Yeah, I've just been researching window warmth. They're
like
West Bay. They're around here. They're in the metro area. They're in Denver.
I mean, that would tell us from Secretary of State.
Yeah.
That when they came in. They're out of Rhode Island. So. That's who owns it in Colorado.
I hated that. I hated that
Tom?
magic guy.
What? Yeah, otherwise they have to pay me overtime.
I got it, yeah.
I'll see you on Wednesday.
Later, Doc.
Bye, Doc. Have a great afternoon.
Good to see you. Good to see you.
See you guys.
Hold on. You know, he's sitting right next to me, but John Clace, bottom line is go direct to the lender. You're going to hear a lot of advertising everywhere. Now that rates are starting to, get out of the sevens, and they're going to continue to go down, hopefully, when the Fed has their next meeting in June. But the bottom line is he's going to be able to beat the rates. He is the lender. No middleman. He's not out there shopping around with your Social Security and your info and then marking up the rate and making the middle. He's going to give you the best deal. If you're already talking to somebody out there right now, I promise you, send over the paperwork. I would say 90+% of the time he's going to beat it, and he's just going to do it. Plus, the reverse mortgages those guys do can save you a fortune compared to these guys you see on TV. And I'm going to get into that with John shortly after this break, but just call the real deal. Call them. They do over $2 billion a month in lending. These are the real lenders. 303-882-6679, 303-882-6679, or partnerinlending.com. Now, I got to tell you about Sheridan Auto Tech. Uncle Kevin, I don't care if you just want someone to maintain your car, do the oil changes, the coolant system flushes, the brake jobs when you need brake jobs, or an alignment maybe, tires, whatever you need maintenance-wise, these are your guys. Then when something breaks, these guys can fix it. Their warranty is absolutely incredible. 3 years, 36,000-mile nationwide warranty with Napa Auto Care. It's a great program. I have been using Kevin now for over 10 years. If you need a good mechanic, an honest mechanic, Sheridan Auto Tech. SheridanAutoTech.com, SheridanAutoTech.com.
Now he goes to this back, Middle East now. He comes back and
say that again.
Trump's trip.
Yeah.
If they come back with some kind of consortium against Iran, or Iraq.
I hope they blow it up.
That would be like.
It'd be I'd say trifecta, but I mean that'd be too much winning. That would legitimately be too much winning. Dems in disarray. Let's go find the safest white boy we can. I love how the Democrats are going after white males. I mean, it's absolutely insane. Let's take the largest voting segment
right.
and piss them off. It's like, are you that dumb?
Yes, they are.
Let's just advertise to the transgenders, all three of them. They go after the largest voting bloc. Why would they do that, actually? I mean, honestly, why would they do that?
That's mainly that Crockett lady. That's just a whack job,
Yeah.
man.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that's who mainly is doing all that stuff. Yeah, it's amazing how some of these people are there.
Well, really, the deal is there's no one at the top of the party. There's
Correct.
no one.
No, they
turn to.
No, they don't. They're way apart from that.
They're gonna wait till after November before they kind of designate somebody.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's going to be a while.
So there's more white. Yeah, there's more white voters. Period. From the largest racial group in the electorate, there are more female voters and male voters across different racial and ethnic groups.
But
yeah, but the white male is there's
single
more than anybody.
More than anybody. It's crazy.
How many different property management companies do you deal with then, if you buy in this many states? Or
Well, we're only right now. We're only in 5 markets. Okay, and it's 3 property management companies. But I'm always looking for a backup, that type of thing.
But it's good because you stay in that market, you know.
Oh yeah, well but we only stay there because we research the top 30 markets every 3 months to make sure that we have the top 5. We don't have 5 of the top 30. I make no bones about it. They're the top 5 in the country, based on returns per year and safety.
When that market has eaten itself and everything's do you like send out an alert to everybody?
Yep.
Like, hey, let's find a realtor.
We do the simple red light, yellow light, green light.
Got it.
And we're months ahead of before we know. And we stay at the low end. It's not low end in those markets. We stay under the national median price for safety. Yeah, so we could
call Excel Roofing 303-761-6400.
Hey, John Clay, CMG Lenders, reverse mortgages, true or false? 1, you can only charge so much. In other words, the federal government has stepped in and there's limits on how much someone can charge for a reverse mortgage.
True. Yes.
And give me an idea of one of the limits.
I mean, you know, if your home value is above $600,000, you know, the origination fee is basically like a max of $6,000.
So you can't charge over $6,000
on the origination.
On the origination. Now let me ask you this: can you charge less than $6,000?
Yes, you can.
Do you guys charge less than the maximum?
A lot. Most times we do. People, do.
And people don't realize that. They think if they shop for a reverse mortgage, and they actually think this. There's a lot of people that think this about a 30-year fix too. They think everybody's going to be the same, and it's simply not true.
Not true. Not close. Now everybody's the same on the high end, but you know you can.
Well, with
down.
the reverse mortgage, you can't go over 6.
Right.
And that's what a lot of reverse mortgage people tell people is like, oh, we're all regulated. We can't charge you more. Yeah. I know that, but they can charge less.
Yes, the heck of the federal government, they cap you what you can, but you can always charge less.
And what age for a reverse mortgage now? 54, 55?
Well, no, there's some products out there you can go to 55. I mean, 62 is still kind of the main product, but
there is backup.
There's products we can go at 55. We can do a second mortgage now on a reverse.
Oh, wait. So let's say, on a reverse. So if I was, let's say, locked in on my original 30-year and I had 50% plus of the home paid for, but it's a 2 or 3% mortgage rate, and I don't want to get rid of it. I can put a reverse on this on a second.
Yeah, we do. It's called the Home Safe Second. As long as you have the equity in there, and a lot of people want to keep that. Like you said, they may be 20 years into it, so they're paying mostly principal down.
It's going to be off soon.
Yes.
And then the only loan or the only loan remaining is going to be the reverse.
And it's a great way for seniors to because you can pay off debt. You know, you can get rid of debt with
is
that.
Is it always
second
the
lien.
youngest person in the home? Let's go back to the traditional 62 and a half. And let's say the husband's 70 and the wife is 55.
No, you can do them now, but they will. The calculations will lend you based on the 55 age, but you qualify.
But you can't qualify.
Yes.
Does it? Okay, and I'm going to get absurd here, but let's say the guy's 80 and the woman's 25.
You could, but you'd basically have to
hillbilly.
You'd basically have to have a free and clear. I mean, you're going to be.
You'd have like a $10,000 line of credit on $1 million house.
Yeah.
In other words, it just wouldn't make sense.
Wouldn't make sense. No.
Hey, Barry,
can you have a first reverse and a second reverse?
No, you cannot do that
because the first reverse is going to own the.
It's going to keep going up.
You can't do any kind of second on the first.
So Barry, you guys have. Tom might be there, he might not. But you guys have a Zoom coming up, a webinar.
A webinar, yeah.
So anybody out there that's been listening about Vestera Turnkey, is that where they go to sign up, Vestera Turnkey?
No, they go to mybiggestruturn.com.
Mybiggestruturn.com.
And it's free. It's this Saturday, 1 hour in length.
So you just log on, check it out.
Just log on.
Can they ask any question
from anywhere?
they want?
Well, we take the questions afterwards because we pack information
that's what I
into
mean,
one
though.
hour.
Afterwards,
oh,
if there's
absolutely.
questions,
oh,
you'll
we
take
stick around for 2 hours and we're answering questions.
And what's the average people, let's say in the past, let's just take, 3 years. What's the average rate of return for someone that started 3 years ago?
Oh, yeah. 3 years ago now, the average rate of return would be between 46 and 54%.
Tell me that's not incredible, John.
It's a little lower now because of the higher interest rate.
Still incredible.
But the little lower now means 42 to 46.
And they could always refi.
Oh, yeah.
And
oh, yeah.
people,
and
people,
they will. They will be.
Listen, I want people to understand this. I mean, these guys make it easy to make those returns, but you own the house. You could buy it and sell it tomorrow if you want. You hold the paper.
Oh, absolutely.
There's no long-term agreement.
None.
You guys aren't on the deed. Whoever it is owns the property.
Yeah.
And you can use whatever realtor you want. You can do whatever you want. So you're crazy to do it that way because that's what these guys specialize in. But I just want people to understand, you're not like giving him a chunk of money and you own nothing. You literally own that property.
You own it. We had two people who ran into job problems, like they were losing their jobs.
Sure.
Okay, and they said, Barry, and they stay in touch. We stay in touch. They say, hey, what do we do? I said, well, let's talk about it. Both of them, we talked it through for a month or two, and they got their job largely back. But we have a pool of buyers for it right there.
Yeah, you're ready
and I said,
to go.
you don't have to list it and go through all of that.
Yeah, we're ready to go.
And we were ready, but then their jobs came back, and they said, we'd rather keep it, Barry. I said, keep it.
Keep it. All right, so I want to give a couple numbers out real quick. So John Clace, partnerinlending.com, CMG Financial. Once again, these guys do $2 billion plus a month in lending. You go straight to the lender. That's these guys. Reverse mortgages, 10-year, 20-year, 30-year, pretty much any term, traditional. They're going to beat the rates. And on top of that, they have the all-in-one loan, which I don't think anybody else in the country has. That's what Suzanne and I have. 303-577-7206. And I promise you, if you're dealing with someone right now, send over the paperwork. What do you look for? The truth in lending?
It's called a lending estimate, a loan estimate.
Look at the loan estimate. Send it over to John. He'll eyeball and say, I can beat it by this. Or if it's the best deal out there, you'll say that's incredible.
I'll tell them that's a great deal.
Yeah, I mean, it's just more information. A lot of people don't think of shopping mortgages. You have to. 303-577-7206. 303-577-7206. partnerinlending.com. Then, Barry, I've got the wrong website up here, so give it to me again.
Oh, yeah.
MyBiggestReturn.com. Check it out. Get signed up. It's an hour of your time. Think of the numbers he just gave. He teamed up with Wave 8. That's Martino's financial advisor company. Check them out. You have to check them out. MyBiggestReturn.com. We'll be right back. Robert, hold on.
Did not want to ask on here. I didn't know if they could do it first. I mean, if they had some limits. But second Heckham's, second reverse.
Yeah, it's not a Heckham. It's
that's a Heckham product.
No,
it didn't matter to me.
It's a reverse. It's a reverse, and it's.
Can they do them on investment properties?
No, you can't do any reverses on investment properties.
It's got to be primary.
Yeah, I just didn't know if they. Somebody has to get creative with
that all-in-one loan is that.
You know, and and all-in-one loan on investments is great, but it's also, as you know.
All right, hold on, guys. Look, being accused of a crime, and I mean any crime, can ruin your life, and I hope it never happens to you. But if you are accused of something, maybe a DUI or assault, domestic violence, child abuse, murder, pretty much you name it, Joseph A. Lazara has helped people. He's helped people that find themselves in a bind. Maybe people that are innocent, he can get up in front of a jury and fight his butt off for you. Or if you are guilty, he can get you the best deal out there. It does matter who you know. When people say it doesn't, they're absolutely wrong. When you know all the judges, when you know everybody in the DA's office and everybody respects you, they know you know what you're doing, that's who you want as a good criminal defense attorney. Joe Lazara is the best. Please do me a favor. Put this phone number in your phone so you have it. Joe Lazara, 303-429-60 6200. I've done the shopping for you. Put it in your phone, 303-429-6200. What do you do? So Vestera Turnkey website is totally different.
Well, it's my biggest return is the Vestera website, but I call it the side door entrance to register, quick registration.
I got it. Just brings you to whatever page.
Yeah, to register.
Did I answer your reverse questions?
Well, I actually have a specific set of real questions for you that are very interesting. So next time you hear, I'll reserve some time with Mark to ask you those.
Can you believe how nice it is all of a
Oh
sudden?
man, that's great.
This weekend was beautiful.
Baseball and
Sunday was just beautiful. Beautiful day. It was. Saturday was beautiful. When we were in Nashville, it was raining, but it was nice out, man. I mean, it was fun. It didn't mind if it was raining. But we had umbrellas. And then as soon as we get back, it starts raining here. So we literally, we had a week plus of rain. I was just happy it didn't snow here.
Concert live up to? Those guys are getting older, man.
Metallica.
They rock it, huh?
They're like Trump. It's like, do you guys sleep? Like, how do you get up there and do that?
Yeah.
Especially that drummer. The guy is just insane.
Oh, Ulrich?
Yeah. He's insane. He's so fast. It's like...
I saw some how tired they are between after their concerts now. Just
they pretty much stay in a hotel. They don't their buses show up and their whole set shows up, and then they basically fly in that day.
Yeah.
They do it, and then most of them are back to their families or back to whatever they got cooking. It's not like when they tour, it's not like old school where they're on a bus.
Yeah.
I mean, they're living the life.
Yeah.
They're cashing the big checks, man.
Nice to
Sorry
see you.
about
Thank you.
not you.
Don't worry about the you. Take the you out of there. Get me out of there.
I'm sorry.
It's not. I told you.
I have
It's.
some issues with my eyes.
What did I say? It's not a big deal.
I feel older than
Here.
I am.
You could take that out.
Text Tom to make sure he kills the...
This is mine.
Did you kill the video? Why didn't you wait till... I guess it's close to the end.
But Tom needs to turn it off.
Yeah, text Tom to make sure he kills.
I'll do that. Yeah, absolutely. Not a problem. We don't have any time on the back end.
Man, what a nice Dow day. I tell you, I go back to where we started. I love winning. Love winning.
Also, rescheduled the guest that was, the caller that was on for tomorrow.
Awesome. What was the question on the lien? No idea.
It was a lien for a house.
I guess I meant more is it the contractor or is it the house owner?
Contractor had elderly on their house.
Okay, got it.
And he's wondering how to
Yep.
deal with that.
Oh. 1 minute, 2 minute. Ah, we're done? Yeah. Ah, son of a bitch. We're done, gentlemen. I'm sitting here waiting to come back. I pulled little Tom. I went too late.
That's great.
So it's got to be perfect.
Well, I had a perfect one until the guy said I can't do it. So I'm looking for a business. But then I found an open market the last 2 weeks. And I can't go into because I don't do it. But second, people have they can't get it.
Yeah.
Okay? But here's my.
I wouldn't be able to put a deed on it.
Well, yeah, you could.
Okay, I've never done one. I just have to talk to my attorney.
Here's what I think is a big market.
Go ahead.
And I'm going to find some people to do this. I'm not going to do it.
Go ahead.
But I'm looking for someone to do it. You have to have 500,000 or more equity.
Yeah.
And you're only going. And you do it in a second. Are only going to do 100,000.
But generally, that reverse mortgage, has a lien of at least 140. What do you guys lien or reverse? Yeah, so I mean, if it's $1 million house and they have 500,000 in equity, the first has a $2 million lien. I'd be so the lender would be so back in line.
No, but I'm saying you only do 100,000 loan, no more than 3 years.
Well, that's fine, but you would if they did default, I would have no.
And you got to be careful because there's a lot of guidelines protecting this.
Oh, actually,
Well,
I didn't
that's-
reverse that part.
Even if they said,
Well, that's the other one.
Basically, it just
Hearing the opinions of others kind of makes it feel like there's someone in the car with you. The power of AM radio and the power of talk. I love talk radio. Online, on your smart device, and of course, on AM. I like hearing the opinions. As long as it is to the right, I'm good with it. Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW. HD2 Denver. KHOW Denver and iHeartRadio station. Make us the #1 preset on the free iHeartRadio app. Listen for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good. ABC News, I'm Michelle Francis. The final living American hostage released today by Hamas in a U.S. broker deal. Idan Alexander, taken by Hamas in the October 7th attacks from his military position, now in Israeli custody and receiving medical evaluation. His mother, Yaron, traveled from their home in New Jersey. Thanks a lot. Have a great afternoon. Live it up. Alexander was held captive for more than 580 days. President Trump traveling to the Middle East to meet with Israeli leaders to hopefully start Gaza's ceasefire talks. The president will not be meeting with Israeli leaders. Talks over the weekend between the U.S. and China leading to a temporary trade war truce between the world's two largest economic powers. Both agreeing to a 90-day pause on reciprocal tariffs. 10% tariffs on Chinese goods remain. Surging in the news today. This is ABC News. A serial road rage attacker who served time for attacking fellow drivers in California has now been arrested again in Hollywood.
Nathaniel Radamak was given 5 years in prison for attacking drivers around Southern California. Apparent road rage seen widely on social media, getting out of his Tesla in traffic repeatedly and attacking other drivers. Out of prison, he's been arrested again in Hawaii, accused of getting out of his Tesla and attacking a mother and teenage daughter who was walking the drive. Lori Allred represents some of his California victims.
This is someone who apparently remains innocent, who's not learned his lesson.
Radamak is charged in Hawaii with unauthorized entry in a motor vehicle and 2 counts of assault. Alex Stone, ABC News.
New York City today, opening statement began, followed by witness testimony in Sean Diddy Combs' sex trafficking and racketeering trial. The music mogul has pled not guilty. If convicted, he could go to prison for decades. I'm Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
Police are working to identify a suspect after a deadly hit-and-run crash last week in Arvada. Investigators say a man in a wheelchair was heading north in the southbound lanes of Wadsworth Boulevard. A pickup hit the man near the intersection of West 53rd Avenue and drove away. The police department says the pickup has been found, but they are still looking for the driver. It will be a warm week along the Front Range. Sunshine and warm air for us today with high temperatures in the upper 80s near 90 degrees. And we could be seeing a gusty storm as we head into the afternoon as well, although most of us will be dry. Lows tonight drop back down to the middle 50s with clear skies. Fox 31 meteorologist Greg Perez says highs will be in the mid-80s tomorrow, cooling to the mid-70s on Wednesday. The Rockies play their first game under interim manager Warren Schaefer tonight. The team's third base coach takes over after Bud Black was fired following the worst 40-game start in franchise history. The Rockies are playing the Rangers in Texas.
Should be. Offline there. You going for a walk?
Yeah. I'll be back up.
Enjoy. It's pretty nice out there.
to a mobile phone for your kids. For a limited time, go to rapidradios.com and you'll get 60% off free UPS shipping. Add code radio and get an extra 5% off. Denver's Talk Station has your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website. Happy. That's happy. Enter it now at khow.com. Keep listening to win on 630 KHOW.
I'm about to rock your world.
For those we need to talk. About to talk. We talk. This is Ryan Schuling Live on Denver's Talk Station, 630 KHOW.
Today I signed an executive order to launch the first ever self-deportation program for illegal aliens. We are making it as easy as possible for illegal aliens to leave America. Any illegal alien can simply show up at an airport and receive a free flight out of our country. We have also launched a phone app called CBP Home. That's CBP Home, where illegals can book a free flight to any foreign country. As long as it's not here, you can go anywhere you want. We're also adding a very important exit bonus for illegals to further incentivize their self-deportation. This deportation bonus will save American taxpayers billions and billions of dollars. What Biden did to this country can never be explained, will never, ever be accepted. Eventually, when the illegals are gone, it will save us trillions of dollars. However, if illegal aliens choose to remain in America, they're remaining illegally and they will face severe consequences. Illegal aliens who stay in America face punishments including significant jail time, enormous financial penalties, confiscation of all property, garnishment of all wages, imprisonment and incarceration, and sudden deportation in a place and manner solely of our discretion. So to all illegal aliens who book your free flight right now, we want you out of America, but if you're really good, we're going to try and help you get back in. Thank you.
Sounds like a pretty good deal. Talk about art of the deal. Given those two choices as President Trump lays them out, I think, taking the free plane ticket anywhere. There also is talk, as he touched on there, of a stipend, a bonus, $1,000. Here you go. Go anywhere you want. And maybe, if you're good, you can come back too. That's a lot better than getting caught here illegally, then punished, have your wages garnished, your property taken from you. Think this is a pretty clear-cut and easy decision, but we'll see where it goes from here. Ryan Schuling Live with you. The Detroit Connection as Shannon Scott is on the other side of the glass. Always a fun time when he's along for the ride, helping drive this vehicle, hopefully not off a cliff. 57739 is where you can text us. And there was more about how the Biden administration, you would say President Biden himself, we all know better, he was not the one calling the shots. He was not the one running this country. Whoever was running it for him, with him as the figurehead, was running it into the ground, and some might argue, and intelligently so, intentionally, with regard to the border and with regard to trade with China. Listen to Scott Besson. I think he is one of the clearest, most effective voices in this administration as the Secretary of the Treasury. He talks about the Biden administration inheriting what Trump left for them when it comes to China. But listen to these details, and you know why we've gone so wayward on trade and with our economy.
But in January 2020, President Trump produced a template. We had an excellent trade agreement with China, and the Biden administration chose not to enforce it. The Chinese delegation basically told us that once President Biden came into office, they just ignored their obligations. So, we all already have a large framework.
The framework was there, but there were no lights on in the attic. Not just for Joe Biden personally, but for the administration. China just decides, well, Joe Biden's no Donald Trump, and his administration likely not the same. We're just going to go ahead and skate on our obligations, our responsibilities with regard to this agreement. And nobody in the Biden administration thought to push back on it or enforce the trade agreement. Scott Bessent, part of the new sheriff that's in town, outlines the details of what was a trade agreement hammered out over the weekend.
This is a pause down to 10%. The April 2nd level for China is 34%. So we will be working to see where their final reciprocal number ends up. And the negotiations are a combination of tariffs, non-tariff trade barriers, currency manipulation, and subsidies of labor and capital.
So we'll stay tuned on that. We've got a couple of delicious installments of Trump's hot takes coming up later on in the program as well. And again, your thoughts on any of this, 57739. Also have a couple of guests coming up. And I say a couple, I actually mean three, because a couple, two of them, that's what a couple is, right? I gotta wait a couple of minutes. Should be two. Some people mean more than two, but if it's more than two, it's a few. For me, a few means three. Some means four. Maybe there are other words that connotate to numbers out there for the rest of you. I'd like to hear from you. And we'll get to those topics as well. But David Proctor, joining us from Colorado First Action. I ran into him at a Colorado GOP breakfast that was hosted not that long ago, just south of here, in which Britta Horan, the incoming and new chair of the Colorado Republican Party, spoke. Our good friend Heidi Ganahl also there, helping MC the event. And David approached me at the conclusion. I'm just so glad and grateful and optimistic about the fact that there are strong, young Gen Z Republicans coming down the pike. It's like, having your own farm system. The way that we'll talk about with Jerry Schemmel, the Colorado Rockies radio broadcast. That'll be in hour number 2. He's joining us at 3:15 in light of Bud Black and Mike Redmond departing the organization, respectively, as manager and bench coach. And a familiar face, Clint Hurdle, taking another step forward, putting on another hat. He will be the bench coach. He was the third base coach. Before that, he was special assistant to the general manager. I think that's more than a Dwight Schrute role of assistant to the regional manager. We'll get all those details coming up a little bit. But our own farm system in the Colorado Republican Party, so important that the younger generation take that baton, that torch, and run with it. And help reach out in new, exciting, and creative, innovative ways to voters and reaching them where they are. And I think it's time that we modernize the Republican Party. I am very optimistic that Britta Horan is on board with that as well. And David will be joining us along with James Roman coming up at the bottom of the hour to talk about those efforts through Colorado First Action. And we need action more than ever here in this state, because although this spring session has come to a close, mercifully so, the bad ideas and the ramifications, the reverberations of those continue to echo throughout not only our sphere here in this state, but throughout the country as it's garnered national attention. Exactly what the left intends to do and how they intend to do it. And then there are the questions that either have no answers, which is bad enough, or they do have answers and they're much darker than we imagine them to be. This is from an account online called Colorado Wake Up Call. A woman posting a video on the Democrats shutting down House Bill 25-1073. Now, this was introduced by Representative Brandy Bradley, who will join Dan Kaplis coming up a little bit later on this afternoon. And its intent was to ensure that jail time was served for child sex predators. But as George Brockler, district attorney for the 23rd, former candidate for attorney general, and my, how much better our state would be if he had won that post. There is a glitch in the matrix. Is it intentional? Is it negligent? Is it just an oversight? Is it some combination of the above? Whereas, by definition, if a child sex predator assaults, rapes a child once, you get a mulligan and a do-over. By that same token, if said pedophile, we got to use the hard language here, folks. We can't get lost in the gray areas, in the margins that the Democrats try to lure you into, drag you out into the abyss, and wait for you to stop treading water so that you drown. No, call these things what they are, who they are, with precise, deliberate language. Pedophiles are child predators. They cannot be rewired. They cannot be reformed. This is through multiple case studies of the psychology of human beings. If you are wired to sexually prey upon and assault children, you don't just talk somebody out of that through therapy. It's not possible. George Brockler makes that point, and then horizontally, if you look at the extrapolation of what's currently on the books in Colorado, the permissive left, when it comes to this, those who would add the letter P to LGBTQ, and I'm not saying that's even close to a majority of those who identify as lesbian, gay, bisexual, or trans. But we're getting into the plus muck. We're getting into twos, SIA, whatever. And then they just want to kind of slap on the P there, the minor attracted persons, as they try to camouflage it. There are those on the left who do exactly that. And it's incumbent and imperative upon those in the gay and lesbian community to push back forcefully against that. For years, for decades, gay Americans had to fight the stereotype, the stigma, that they were preying upon children, that was inherent to their sexual identity. They fought for years to get the right to gay marriage. That was granted to them through Obergefell in the Supreme Court and upheld further in an opinion written by Colorado's own Justice Neil Gorsuch. There is now broad agreement that gay Americans should have the same individual liberties and rights as heterosexual Americans. And I'll go a step further. This is not maybe popular on my political side of the spectrum or aisle, but I think gay couples, straight, a stable household that want to show love and care for a child, that intend to raise that child in that environment of love and support,